right, everybody. I'd like to welcome you here this evening. This is a Select Board meeting of Monday, May 20th, 2024. Time is 6:30. I'd like to make a motion to open the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly second. A roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Ms. Mr. Darcy? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
That's the
Aye.
starting joke. of the
Unanimous
evening.
vote to open our meeting for business on the 20th of May.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I'd like to just make a short announcement that we are not going to be holding our action number 16 will not be taken up this evening. I'd like to invite you all to join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to remind you that MCM is here this evening helping us to record for this meeting, and I'd also like to share with you that we do have an executive session this evening at 7:30, and that's pursuant to the general laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, which is Robinson versus Marshfield, and to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining and litigation. Marshfield firefighters, local 2568, and general litigation updates. So what I'm intending on doing is going through our business for this evening, and then we'll break when we get to that time of 7:30. So, we have this evening a pretty lengthy evening, I believe. We have Sean O'Sullivan dog hearing was intended to be at 6:35, but we're going to move that to later in the evening, waiting for town council to arrive. We also have an update on the SSRV THS from our Dr. Tom Hickey, and an Eagle Scout project, and a poll hearing on Winslow Road. And then 7:05 intended to be the village sign presentation. We also this evening have a 7:10 and a 7:20 appointment, which is to interview for our acting chief. And then at 7:30, as I described, we'll go into an executive session. I don't intend that we will be able to get through all of those in the time slotted. However, we'll see how it goes. So, I think that we will start off with our TA report, if that works for you.
Yes, it does, Madam
Okay,
Chair. Thank you.
you.
Town Administrator Report. I participated in my weekly call to WATD regarding select board meeting and other issues around town. Had a conference call with the owners of the jetty, the Vaughns, to discuss the outdoor serving and seating law soon to be signed by the governor, which the board will take some action on later this evening. Participated in a pre-bid meeting with Patrick Roach of Good Energy regarding going to market for our new rates that will go into effect for everyone that has aggregate electric. The new rates will go into effect in January of '25. Participated in a meeting with Sean Strobel, our treasurer collector, Meg LeMay, town accountant, to review the FY24 budget spend. As we're approaching the end of the fiscal year, we also discussed training for our department heads and key staff people regarding the ability to generate reports from Munis. Our IT department will coordinate the training and the tutorials. Attended the Harbor Master's public meeting at the Ridge Road Boat Ramp, where the Harbor Master went over plans for a new ramp and other improvements in that area. About 30 residents showed up, and they were very happy about the project. Participated in the Housing Trust meeting, where we discussed and voted on the Housing Trust goals. We also had a discussion and vote on applying for a technical assistance grant to a feasibility study. And we also explored offering Habitat the property at 1929 Main Street. Attended a meeting with Andrew Stewart and our building commissioner, and Cindy Castro from the Historic Commission regarding demolition delay bylaw and the possibility of creation of some national register districts by the Historic Commission. Participated in the Municipal Law 101 boot camp with Murphy, Hesse, Toomey, and Lehane regarding the open meeting law and ethics law. It was a great refresher course. It also highlighted some additional requirements to follow. Meeting with Town Council Bob Galvin and Keith Douglas from the airport, and Collenberg from the Airport Commission, discuss a number of ongoing issues involving the town and the airport. Participated in a meeting with Fred Russell, our facility director, and our roof company Tremco regarding their presentation on the necessary roof repairs for the schools. Had a meeting with John Clifford, our labor counsel, and acting fire chief Hawking to discuss a few personnel issues at the fire department. Participated in a meeting with Jack McDonald regarding his sign proposal and the need for the select board to approve these types of signs so that he can create them and have the DPW install them. Under our town bylaw for signs, the select board must approve welcome signs. Jack will appear at our select board meeting this evening. Meeting with Chief Tavares and Captain McDonough to review some police budgetary items and other financial issues that needed to be adjusted. Had a meeting with Bill Finn, our consultant to the Conservation Commission, regarding an issue on Dog Lane. Meeting with Fred Russell and Superintendent Granatino and Tom Miller, the Assistant Superintendent, regarding the school roofs project and special town meeting. I talked about the information that I have pulled together for the town's website and the FAQs. All of this information is up on the town's website, and the FAQs will be updated as more information and questions get asked and we'll get answers for. Participated in the Levitate Festival Medical Services meeting at the EOC with a number of medical experts who discussed planning issues that need to be considered and implemented. Had a meeting with Craig Hannaford regarding the Dog Lane conservation issue. Hosted a meeting regarding the Winslow Extension Project with Sean Patterson, our DPW superintendent, Cindy Castro from Beaches, Mike and Liz from Conservation. DPW will be fixing this path to the bridge, including making it more ADA compliant. I'll be reaching out to the new landowner who presently has a licensing agreement with the town that allows her fence to be in town layout. And I'll be reaching out to her because we'd like to move the fence back now that she has the buildings all torn down. Path is normally about 30 to 40 feet wide. DPW needs it wider to accommodate the equipment to repair the path. Beaches is also applying for an RDA to allow cutting back of the growth on both sides of the walkway. Hosted a meeting regarding Munis training in our IT department, Sean and Meg, to review types of training needed and the list of reports that the department heads and key staff should be able to pull down from Munis. IT assists with the scheduling of the training for the department heads. Participated in bid day opening for our aggregate electric rates that will go into effect January 2025 for standard rate for the 10% green and 100% green. More good news regarding the rates. Anyone already in the program will not have to do anything at this point. At a meeting with Deputy Chief Corbo and Deputy Chief LaSalva regarding Acting Chief Hawkins' wishes to return to retirement on June 1st, 2024, and the process for the Select Board to appoint another acting chief on May 20th to allow sufficient time for Chief Hawking to go over the transition with them both. We also discussed the rollout of the construction project to demo and rebuild the new men and women's bathrooms and locker rooms. Meeting with Fred Russell to review ongoing maintenance issues around town that include the town hall project for the Veterans Office, the dog park, playgrounds, library bathrooms, schools, etc. Participated in the ZBA meeting last week regarding site plan approval for the high school, Furnace Brook, 76 South River Street, the South River School. Participated in another housing trust training session with Shelley from the Mass Housing Partnership, two other members of the trust, and had a meeting with Sean Strobel and Meg LeMay regarding the opiate abatement funds and the process to spend the funds on community events that meet the criteria established by the Attorney General's office. The Select Board will be appointing the necessary committee later this evening. And that is my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's see what time we're, so we're at 6:39. I think that we have to wait till 6:45 to go into our update on the South Shore Regional VOTEC. So let's go down and do a discussion, something. What do you think of that? Let's try going down to do the number 6 on our action items, which is a discussion and vote to appoint Stephen Darcy as representative to the Plymouth County Advisory Board. Okay. work with you?
Yes.
Okay, considering your name is on this, would you like to share anything in regards to this, Mr. Darcy?
Sure. So the Plymouth County Advisory Board is the equivalent of our town meeting, where they are the legislative body. And so we vote on the budget every single year, and Marshfield has received millions of dollars from the Plymouth County Commissioners and the county treasurer for both ARPA funding and then CARES Act funding as well. So I think they've been doing a great job, and that's kind of the types of things that we vote on the advisory board.
Excellent. And you have been in that role for how long?
At least 3 years.
Yes, so I would support you in continuing that role, and I appreciate your work doing so.
Thank you.
Would you like to add anything?
No, I have no objection. Been doing it 3 years. Let them continue on.
Okay, very good. So this is action number 6. I would like the board to, I would like to make a motion. The board moves to reappoint Stephen Darcy as the board's representative to the Plymouth County Advisory Board. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to reappoint Steve Darcy to the Plymouth County Advisory Board.
Excellent. And we are at 6:41. Let's see what else we have that's,
ADA Committee number 8.
thank you. Okay, let's move to action item number 8, which is a discussion and vote on appointment to the ADA Committee, which is Rain Michaels. And I believe Select Board Member Eric Kelly was part of this suggestion for appointment. Would you like to share anything?
I do not. I have no, besides I am not opposed to this appointment.
Okay. All right, well, I will read some of the qualifications of this person into the record, and they are interested in the ADA Committee, which is excellent, a current member of the World Wide Web Consortium's W3C Accessibility Guidelines Working Group, CCPAC and CPWA, certified by the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. Everything's acronyms, folks. IAAP, and Mass from Columbia University Teachers College's Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities and Autism Program. So this individual has also passed our criminal background investigation, and we have all the documents in order. So I think I'm prepared to go forward on this appointment. Okay, the board moves to appoint Rain Michaels Marshfield to the ADA Committee, pending sign-off from the MPD. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to appoint Rain Michaels to the ADA Committee.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. 6:43, according to my clock.
Could do number 9.
Yes, let's do that. So this is a request to place a construction trailer at 70 Commerce Way, and the construction trailer will be used during working hours to facilitate construction activities. So,
Madam Chair, if I may, this is
Sure.
very standard for any
Yep.
construction project. People come in with their construction trailer. It's where they have their meetings, and they sort of orchestrate the construction activities. We spoke to the building commissioner, and the building commissioner has recommended that the board, in their motion, allow the trailer to be there until the completion of the project. Normally, under the section of the law that we abide by, it's a 6-month and then a 6-month reappointment after that, but we know the construction project, it's Mill Creek's gonna take a while, so
okay,
they need to have their construction trailer there.
okay, excellent. Okay, any objections or comments?
I am not in favor of this project or this article, but just due to the fact of the project. I've always stated that publicly. I will be opposed to it.
You're opposed to anything that goes forward with Mill Creek? Is that what you're telling
At
me?
least what's in front of me is the trailer, yes,
You're opposed to this particular motion this evening,
yes.
and the reasons?
I stated, I've been public about where I stood with this project in regards to the scope and the size. And so this is where I stand with this agenda item, is I'll be opposed to it. Just
Okay.
The fact that scope, size, and concerns in regards to our aquifer that's downstream from this, I think even just a construction trailer would
Okay,
not be a good
Okay.
look.
I'm listening. Okay, I'd like to move forward with the motion for this. The board moves to approve the request of Bob Raymond of Mill Creek Residential to place a construction trailer at 70 Commerce Way for the duration of the construction project effective May 21st, 2024, under the accessory use number 16 in the table of use regulations, which states that a trailer can be there for 6 months with a 6-month extension. However, the building commissioner is recommending that the select board vote to allow the trailer to be on site through the completion of this project, which I would like to emphasize, through the completion of this project. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Nay.
Two in favor, one against. The motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, and I think that brings us to 6:46. Welcome, nice to see you here again.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Things have changed. Would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Certainly. My name is Tom Hickey. I'm the school superintendent at South Shore Tech.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks to IT folks for helping out here. I have a presentation. I realize you have a long agenda, and so you can signal me when
Okay.
we're getting close.
Okay.
Multiple updates since the last time I've been here. I'll talk briefly about admissions and the first group of Marshfield students who will be joining us this fall, our MSBA project, and then brief mention about our regional agreement and some proposed changes I'll be hopefully bringing to you for further conversation later this calendar year. Thank you. Regarding admissions, as you know, Marshfield begins its membership officially on July 1st of this calendar year, and we have been reaching out to 8th graders. I appreciate the school district's support in being a good partner with this inaugural group of rising freshmen. Marshfield was apportioned 33 seats. Oops, sorry about that. Marshfield was apportioned 33 seats. We had 41 applications. We offered admission to 41 students. And as of today, we have 29 students who will join us in the class of 2028 this fall. That's admissions. There may be, numbers may change between now and the October 1 reports, but that's the current update. It's clear, strong interest. We're very happy to see that. Next slide, thank you. Pivoting over to our MSBA project. SouthShoreTechProject.com is our project website. This presentation I'll have folks put up there tomorrow, as well as any other information if you want to do a deeper dive in terms of where we've been in the last several months. So for most of the early part of the calendar year, including the tail end of '23, we were looking at several project designs and enrollments to study. The MSBA allowed us to take a look at enrollments ranging from 645 to 975 students. We looked at ad reno and new construction options, and in late February, we narrowed it down to a new construction design that could house 900 students, and we'd be able to construct the building on our existing property on the ball fields in the back. As of today, we've got about 120 student waiting list, and that's with a 9th grade class of about 180 students. So by the end of February, we were able to narrow it down to a design, and our homework assignment right now is to work through schematic design by the end of August. We'll send that to MSBA. They'll give us some feedback over about a 2-month period. We'll be back in front of MSBA in October. If they approve the project in October, we'll know the precise project amount, the grant, and we have estimates later in this presentation I'll refer to. So we're working on some estimated numbers. And then in January of '25, we'll have what's called a district-wide election. That's the voters in all 9 towns on the same day, same time, will go to the polls to express their opinion on whether or not they approve the project. So all paths of what I'm describing here would culminate with this vote in January. And if the aggregate number of yays is more than the aggregate number of nays, then the project would be deemed approved. But
Yeah, I don't want to keep going until I clarify.
Please.
So that's how we worked the last few times you've been in front of us. If
Absolutely.
that works for you, this board, I think it'll.
Get
go
the highlights
nice.
of what you want to hear
So we'll
about.
work through me, and then at the end, my fellow board members will ask their questions. So when you say aggregate, so can you explain the actual process at town meeting, I mean, not at town meeting, at the ballot?
Sure.
With those numbers? So
Yep.
Marshfield has X, is it the entire?
It's as if you were voting for state representative, state senator, Congress. The district is considered one entity.
Okay.
And the yays and nays within one particular community are not what's factored. So it's not by town. It's
Right.
all of the voters in the aggregate,
Okay,
taken as if we were one town for that one day.
okay, so you're going to work towards the piece of pulling that whole thing together?
Yeah, I'm happy to report that we've had 2 meetings with all of the town clerks from our district.
Okay.
It was, they've been very good partners, and it was their consensus on this date. At their urging, we were not going to pursue anything that involved the word election in calendar year 2024
Thank
for
you.
reasons you might understand. And so we turned the page to 2025, and that's where they've landed. And so since we do not run the elections, we clearly need their consensus to do this. So that's where they have weighed in.
Okay.
So our school board will take procedural votes to confirm that, and then it'll move forward.
And the costs of doing those ballots?
The cost of the cost of the district-wide election is on the school district, and so we'll do it through either direct purchase or reimbursement, which we've talked to the town clerks about.
Okay, thank you, if you could,
No, thank you, that's an important
Continue.
point to pause.
thank you.
Were we to be successful on this project in January of '25, the cost to our communities would phase in from 2026, with the high water mark being at 2029. On a side note, the regional agreement highlight I want to mention is that we're working on a regional agreement amendment. This is something that I would hope to bring to our separate communities. This is not a ballot question. This is a typical town meeting warrant article that talks about changing the way that we apportion debt. Our current regional agreement since 1960 has said that debt is apportioned in a fixed, it's fixed when the debt is authorized. And so what we're going to be bringing is an amendment that says that as enrollment changes over time, that we should look at what we're calling a 4-year rolling average. So it would be my hope that with at your discretion, I could come back at a meeting perhaps later in the summer to do a deeper dive just on that topic. But ultimately, it's something we'd like to put in front of our communities in the fall of this calendar year.
Yeah, well, if we're going towards the fall for a town meeting, or
Sure? If there,
we need you here in front of us to explain that process.
Absolutely.
Ahead of time.
as many
Okay.
times as necessary,
Right,
yes.
excellent.
But also to explain the rationale behind it.
Right, right.
Absolutely.
And it's good to kind of pick a few topics of
Yep.
major concern, so we have a short period of time, as you know, this evening, and we'll
Yes,
get
this
into
is
that
just
later.
a 5,000-foot chat.
Yeah, exactly, exactly, thank you.
Thank you. So
Continue.
so that's the summary of the remaining slides, and I'll pick up the pace here.
Okay.
In the interest of time. Thank you.
Yep.
This is what our school would look like, an early rendering. That's at the back part of our property on 123 in Hanover. This would hold 900 students. We would add 2 new vocational programs, a plumbing program and a veterinary science program. And it would be opened, if we stay to plan, in the fall of 2028. The next 3 slides talk about how each floor of this building would be set up. Oh, the first one, there's your bird's eye view of the previous picture. Thank you. That's a site plan showing Webster Street at the top of the page. We'd have our building in the back, parking in the middle, and fields in the front. First floor of our school would be mainly our vocational programs. If you're not familiar with the programs we offer, you can see most of them listed here. These are programs that directly serve the public: culinary arts, cosmetology, our new veterinary science program, as well as the programs in blue in the lower right corner. These are shops that require high bays, specialized ventilation. That makes up our first floor, along with the dining area and a small auditorium with some adjustable, retractable seats, which will probably serve as the place we do our wrestling meets and our Credit for Life Fair, and several other things, which is why we like versatile use of space. I have asked our architectural firm to, wherever possible, scale down on the non-essential space. They're doing a decent job. We may end up actually with a footprint that's, even at this early stage, that's slightly smaller. That's the first floor. The second floor is getting a bit more traditional with how our school looks, and that includes science labs, classrooms, and 3 vocational programs that don't require a high ceiling. Our design, visual, or graphic communications program, and the light blue CIT is computer infotech and allied health. And you'll see our gymnasium is on the second floor. That's one way we're able to condense the space and have the actual gym on the second floor over the locker room area. Thank you. And a partial third floor is our electrical shop as well as some other classrooms. Our electrical program is our largest program of the 12 we currently have. They need a high bay, so it was either the first floor or the third floor for them. They got third floor.
Okay.
This is an interesting chart for you to take a look at when we look at narrowing down cost potential for right now. We looked at, like I said, 30 options. We looked at lower enrollments, higher enrollments. We landed here. So if folks ask me, what are we looking at for cost? All these lovely pictures. Where is this trending right now? We're looking at a project that is about $283 million, with about $107 million in an MSBA grant. And so whatever numbers that we have at the moment, we're talking about apportioning about $176 million amongst our communities. At our project website, we've taken an initial stab at what that might look like under certain borrowing parameters, which is something that is obviously subject to change, but we want to get some information out early. Thank you. This slide shows you an option. The preferred option is in the column on the left. As you know from building projects, the project team is also required to take a look at what are the upgrade costs, what's the base repair, what's going to happen if. I'm very careful to talk about this slide because even if we're not able to get this project, it doesn't mean that the next day everything caves in on us. Life will go on. But we are looking very closely at trying to analyze the delta between a 900-student school with a couple new programs and what the code repair costs would be as well. So there'll be more to be said on that as we get further into schematic design and we refine these numbers. But it's something I'll report back to you on at a future meeting.
Okay.
And the last slide is to talk about the regional agreement amendment. I think I front-loaded the comments. So this slide shows you what the current enrollment shares are with our communities. But again, I'll be back at a future meeting, happy to focus just on this topic as well.
Thank you.
And I yield back the balance of my time.
Excellent. So it's 6:58, so you did
All right.
great. So what are you thinking as far as an August meeting with us? Is there any other main scheduling type thing you have to do?
No, our next timeline is that the building committee will vote to submit the schematic design at the end of August.
Okay.
But I was in conversation with folks at the Department of Education earlier today talking about the regional agreement amendment. I said to them that select boards like a generous amount of time to prepare warrants. They know that.
Yeah.
We have a wide range of dates when towns historically set special town meetings. We want to try to fit within everybody's normal routines.
Right.
So I'm hopeful that I could get language that I could say, hey, the Department of Ed's looked at this and they think it's okay in about a month. But there's nothing stopping us right now, anytime you'd like to talk about that. So if you have a lighter agenda at some point that you'd like me to come back, I could talk about the concept and some draft language with that caveat. So it doesn't have to wait until August as you prepare for the fall.
Okay, so the preferred option, NC 2.0, and the major code upgrade, those are potentially just,
The 2.0 is
Yeah.
the MSBA funded option.
Right.
The base repair is what MSBA requires us to do to say, we're looking at, it's a 1962 building predominantly.
Right.
We're looking at about $110 million of code upgrades. That's not controlling for escalation. And the architects always say, Tom, if you ever say this, please make sure you say that it's not apples to apples, that the code repair means you're not adding more kids, you're probably having to reduce the enrollment to bring the entire building up to code. You don't add more programs. So I have to, that disclaimer is important, although I kind of gloss over it because I am focused on the numbers. Like, what is the delta between the value of something new and doing some deeper repairs?
Right.
To move to something new was personally not something that I was jumping at the beginning. It took me a while to see the idea that ad reno and other versions of this were longer construction periods in an in an occupied school, and spending $10 million on modular units that you don't get back. And I haven't seen anyone design a modular unit for the metal fab welding shop yet. So so it factored in. We've been working at a very good pace on this, but the building committee actually slowed down before we picked that preferred design. So that's how we've landed there. And now through schematic design, bringing on a construction manager in the very near future, we're hoping that we can find ways of curbing these costs. We're looking at a lot of prefabricated options, and this is what we expect the expertise to bring to this, so that when we do send something to MSBA, we've taken those items into account.
Okay.
So that's our homework for the next few months.
Okay. So last time you were, correct me if, was it February? January, February? You were heading
Yes.
for.
Yeah, we were about to narrow down that decision from 30 down to the
And then
to the
here
2.0.
you are, so that's terrific. So if you wouldn't mind, indulge me on what a timing,
I would say
this
maybe
one.
our first meeting in July would be good, a good
Okay.
meeting.
and then if we need to follow it up into August, if we don't have enough
Certainly.
information on the numbers, and then maybe,
Really, at any time. I'll always give you
Okay.
the information that we have current with, and just make it, we'll note
Yeah.
it as such, but there's nothing, as much information as we have, we want to get out to people, and we'll just keep up, just refreshing the
Yeah.
content. We don't, doesn't serve anybody for us to say, wait till August, we'll tell you all the details.
right, I would prefer.
It's unnecessary.
The information coming in as
Sure.
you see it and as we,
It's easier for me that way.
okay, all right. So-
Because we also are not doing this in a silo, and, we want to
And
hear from
there are other
folks.
communities involved, and we're all probably asking similar questions.
As you should, yes.
Do you have anything to add?
Yes, please. Tom, could you describe the demand that you're seeing right now for students and people who have specialized in the trades?
Yeah, so there's a huge demand. I think Marshfield recognized that and sought to join the district. We're very pleased about that. But the data are overwhelming. I mentioned in one of the earlier slides that we're looking at a waiting list of about 120 students. A year ago, I would have said that the waiting list was averaging about 70. Now, that's 70 kids on the first day of school who, if there were space, would we would have offered them admission. But I think we know that there's a definite trend, whether it's a growing industry or it's an industry that is graying out and finding replacements for these industries, those people are not filling those jobs. And so the experiment that formed this school in 1960 was a bunch of small towns would be better off pooling their resources. We just happen to be at a high watermark of popularity in the last several years. I don't see that changing. And this project that we're talking about not only will allow us to bring in more students, but it will also give more space for the children in the existing programs. We have programs like the electrical program where we have to tell children who are already admitted to our school that there isn't enough space after they go through what's called their exploratory period. So no matter what we're able to, we are not going to be able to satisfy the need, even with this project. But boy, it's going to be an investment, for the next 50 years. But we're certainly trying to do so, as well as adding programs that we think have a labor market demand, like plumbing, or veterinary science, which also for kids in our region, they're likely to have to go to an Aggie for a program like that. So we saw those as two priorities to consider.
Yeah.
So there's a strong demand.
Thank you.
Sure.
Eric, would you like to?
Thanks for joining us, Mr. Hickey.
Sure thing.
It's, I know you and I have discussed not too long ago
Good to see you.
my thoughts in regards to how this is shaping up.
Yes.
I do look forward to hopefully visiting you in discussion in regards to this
Absolutely. Absolutely.
sooner than later. Just a couple of questions, because I do have a lot to ask, but I want to save that for when I sit down with you at the school and meet with you. But in regards to the determination of the election date, who's determining that?
Town clerks.
Town clerks?
Yeah, so what we did is we had a meeting in December and then a meeting recently in April where we brought in the town clerks from each of the communities. From a procedural point of view, it's something that it is under the purview of the regional school district, but it also has to be done in concert with the town clerks. If you were holding a local election, I don't know the rules, but I assume a local election funnels through respective select boards. So this is a little bit different. So the election date was decided essentially by consensus. I've consulted with other regional vocational projects, school superintendents who have done this, and essentially it was, you can't do it unless the town clerks are all on the same page, because each of them is running the same local election with the same ballot at the same time. So in short, it was the town clerks.
Mr. Maresco, is it possible to, for a town election to run a ballot question on it?
Like a public opinion question?
Well, let's say we take up the vote for South Shore Vote Tech, instead of having one election in January, then coming back in April, May of next year, could you run a simultaneous ballot question with an election, the town election?
Well, the idea is that they want to do them all in the aggregate on one day, so
On one
all of
day.
the 9 communities have to do it on that day.
It just seems like it's another expense added on that probably try to avoid, but I get that. In regards to the project, and I know you haven't established any contracts like that, but any discussion in regards to whoever gets the contract, maybe part of the agreement, like donated time, material?
We are, I'd have to look into that. I would have to look into that. I can tell you that I'm pursuing other channels for outside funding, outside of MSBA, philanthropic circles, industry. I would like to see some of that. I certainly can't force that, but I do think that there are some avenues that we could avail ourselves of to have industry show up and say they are the direct recipients as well of a highly functioning, well-regarded school. So let's see what we can do, and whether it's through a contract in the form of donations, or it could be a donation of labor in other ways. You know, for instance, at the tail end of the project, we might be, we have to do some demolition. There might be some cost savings there where we could reach out to other entities to see if they could help. We've got a lengthy track record of putting out graduates that are active in the local economy, and I think that the MSBA reimbursement process is the best game in town, but boy, it doesn't treat Voc schools any different than regular high schools, so our reimbursement rates are lower. So for me, I want to see if we can find ways to do what you're describing.
Well,
That's one of many ways we could try.
I remember discussing with you a while back when I was pushing to get Marshfield into the thing, and if I remember correctly, you were saying that the MSBA didn't even recognize your school as getting funding for it.
Well, we've been applying since 2015,
Right.
so we got a polite no for like six
Right,
years.
and you entered Marshfield, and now you get a polite yes to get the funding for it, right?
They invited us in just before, and one of the things with that enrollment range is that they allowed us to study a larger enrollment number pending Marshfield, if Marshfield was going to come in. So that timing, the timing was fortuitous, certainly. Had Marshfield not joined, we would have had to study a smaller range,
Right.
given fewer students from the current 8 towns. But the reimbursement rates are the same as a regular high school. So we know from some of the slides how the specialized spaces are just more expensive. So we get this project, another long-term strategy, and I had a legislative breakfast a week ago, and the one thing I said to our legislators was, it's not about an earmark, it's not about, it's about, can we look to address the MSBA regulations, where either it's an outside funding source through economic development, bonding, or just change the regulations that empower the board to have a slightly different reimbursement rate for regionalized vocational schools. Because if they don't, then there's more cost at the local level.
Right.
The state wants us to regionalize, they want us to share resources, and so our vocational administrator group has been advocating for a few years. I would continue that advocacy, and that's really at the top of my list. A few percentage points to address some of the specialized space. Would be a game changer for local taxpayers. So we'll continue to fight for that.
Yeah, all right. Like I said, hopefully, maybe next week or something, we
Absolutely.
can meet and discuss this whole thing. There's a lot of questions in regards to it.
Yes, I look forward to it. This is what I do.
All right, Madam Chair,
Thank
I'm
you.
all set.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. So let's shoot for July. Numbers, funding,
The latest.
preparing, whatever you have to work and give us some more details, and Michael can coordinate
fantastic.
that with you as well. So good luck as you reach out to the other communities involved in this, and thank you for coming.
Great. Thanks very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Okay. So I am going to move to our Eagle Scout project update. Hi, welcome. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Nice to have you here. Just your name.
My name is Delaney Allen, and I'm a part of 424 Marshfield,
Excellent. And your address?
177 Texas Street.
Thank you. So tell us.
Madam Chair, just
Yes.
a disclosure, I'm the organizational rep for 424 through the Boys and Girls Club.
Okay, thank you.
So I am constructing a bench at the head of the rail trail off of South River. And just this past weekend, I actually started my project and we cleared the area, which was very nice. And I am also constructing a boardwalk off of the Pratt Farm Trail, which is off of the rail trail, down some steps, over like a muddy patch.
So was there a reason, I'm just going to ask you, was there, what was it about this particular project that you were interested in?
Well, I had been looking for a project, and as an athlete and an ex-cross country runner, I actually used to run these trails. And the muddy patch would actually be a problem for me and my friends every time we would try to run it. So it's going to be very beneficial for runners and walkers and families who use the trail. And the bench will be beneficial so people can change their shoes, get water, chat.
Well, thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Of course.
I appreciate it. Is there anything you would like to add?
Sure. This is a great project. I love Pratt Trail personally, so that'll be a great improvement there. I see that you have some photos, it seems that you
Yes.
printed out. Did you want to show those with us?
Yeah. Can I like?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Or, yeah,
So I have.
we won't bite.
So just a couple. So this
Thank
is the
you.
bench area before I was.
Can you see, Eric?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Okay.
So this is before Sunday.
The
Before
grass is green.
yes. And then this is pictures of us working
Okay.
on Sunday morning.
Sunday morning, bright and early. There's a lot of folks in this picture.
Nice.
Good for them. Okay. Everybody's working away.
I'm also putting planters next to the bench.
Okay.
Oh, nice. They look great.
And then that's the finished product of the current state of it.
Well, thank you, and the town thanks you, and all your helpers. We
That's
appreciate
the area
everybody,
the
yeah.
boardwalk is going.
Want to see some more? Okay.
Was this already here, the Pratt Farm?
was There you go.
And that's the makeshift boardwalk they have there currently.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for showing all of that. And best of luck. We'll see you for a while here, huh?
Yeah.
What year are you?
I'm a junior.
A junior.
I graduated this year.
Excellent.
Yeah, and we'd love to post those on the town website if that's okay with you. Awesome.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
nice to see you. Just a second. Anything else?
I'm
you'd
good,
like to add?
thank you.
Go ahead, Eric.
I just, when you say you're constructing a bench, are you constructing it yourself?
Technically, I am not allowed to use the power tools, but I am overseeing and I am instructing of the construction. But I am personally not allowed to use the power tools.
All right, so I take it a contractor or somebody is doing it? Okay, all right, I wasn't too sure if you were doing it yourself or whatever, so I was gonna say, that's even impressive itself, you're doing it on your own, so, all right, I appreciate that, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Sure.
if Delaney leaves the pictures, we'll get them up on the website.
Yeah, if you'd
Go
like
ahead.
to leave them with our recording secretary.
We'll get, yep.
Or you can take copies and drop them off, whatever you want to do.
Wish you could email them, right?
All righty. So we are moving on to our 7 o'clock poll hearing, which is Wilson Road, which was a continued appointment of May 6th, 2024, which we continued at the request of the current Board of Public Works Chair, and we will take that up this evening. I don't believe they did anything this evening, I don't know.
I'm Dave Topham with Scient Engineering representing Verizon and Eversource. I was at their 6 o'clock meeting, and they blessed it.
Okay, so I'm going to just read this into the record, and then we'll get moving, okay. So this is a notice of public hearing in conformity with the requirements of Section 22 of Chapter 166 of the General Laws. You are hereby notified that a public hearing will be held at the Marshfield Town Hall Select Board Chamber, 870 Moraine Street, Marshfield, Mass. On the 6th day of May, 2024 at 6:45 upon the petition of Verizon New England and N-Star Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, dated March 13, 2024, for permission to erect or construct in a location for a line of wires, poles, and such other fixtures as may be necessary to sustain or protect the wires of the line on, along, across, or within the following public ways of the said town Marshfield, signed by the Select Board Office. Okay, there are a few folks that are on the list of abutters. And, well, as I go through this, why don't you again introduce yourself for the record and explain this poll?
I'm David Topham. I work for Scient Engineering, and I'm representing Verizon and Eversource.
Any questions from the board?
No.
I do. In regards to Verizon New England, Inc. and N-Star Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, request permission to locate pole, wires, cable, and fixtures, including necessary anchors, guides, and other such sustaining and protecting fixtures to be owned and used in common by petitioners along and across the following public ways. So when I look at the map, or the place of the new pole on Wilson Road, I don't see where the guides or the wires are gonna be installed on this map, on this placement here on the map.
This is just the plan for the pole.
Correct, but you're gonna install guides and wires?
We will.
Okay, so it doesn't show that on the map.
I do normally wouldn't.
So, I mean, that could be a problem for the abutters or,
Well, the problem is number 19 is building an addition, and the service that goes to number 25 is coming off of pole number 2, and it cuts right across 19's
I
property.
know we can get to that afterwards, but the whole thing is, I'm talking about the guides and the anchors, so.
The
there's
anchor
nothing
is
on.
shown.
It is? Where?
Yeah. It's pretty small. That little squiggly right there?
Excuse me, folks, can you share with the board? Okay, can I see what he's pointing?
Yeah, it's
Thank
hard
you.
to see, it's really, actually maybe it's showing your book, I don't see it.
Sure.
This little thing right there is actually an anchor.
Okay,
Well, it says it, but it's not marked in
And-
the plan there, Madam Chairperson.
That is the symbol.
it's
for it.
identified in the legend.
Right.
I believe we would see it if it was a larger, we're working with an 8.5 by 11.
Right.
Yes, but once again, it's not even described in the pole placement of it as well either. And then as well as this installation is being requested to alleviate an aerial trespass issue for 19 Wilson Road. How did you come upon as a trespass issue?
Because the wire, I did a site visit today. The wire comes from pole 2, crosses the driveway of 19 to get to number 25.
Okay, how long has that been like that for?
Probably been like that since the pole was placed. 40 years ago.
So we consider it as an easement, maybe?
It's an aerial trespass. The only way to get around it is to set a new pole so you can get a direct shot to number 25.
So an aerial, so that's been, that's determined already, it's an aerial trespass? Who determined that?
The homeowner?
The homeowner did. All right, so there's no legal
Nah,
action being taken in regards to it being as a legal
not that I'm
trespass?
aware of, but they could.
So we can consider it probably as an easement because it's been there so long.
Yeah, suppose you could.
And, which is building an addition on the property. Now, it's my understanding they're trying to build one, but they haven't got approval for it yet.
Right.
My understanding. So in regards to an aerial trespass, I would say that that is incorrect on the petition here, and as well as the building an addition on the property, which that hasn't been determined yet either, so that would be incorrect as well. As well as you have two signatures here from Sean Patterson, the DPW superintendent, and James Kent, the DPW assistant superintendent, approving it, but it has to go before the Board of Public Works as well to get their approval. And I don't see that on this either. So my opinion is that there are issues with your petition here on behalf of the homeowner that will probably have to be rectified, in my opinion, to move forward. I don't know how my other two colleagues here feel about it, but
I
they
did
can
go
make
to
their own
the
decision.
DPW meeting at 6
I
o'clock.
don't have any verification of that, to be honest with you.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, may I comment?
Yes.
Between the select board and the Board of Public Works, like, one of us has to vote first. So, I mean, if we vote, it'd be contingent on them approving it, and
Right.
you were there tonight at 6 o'clock. Again, like, one of us has to vote first, so I don't think that's a reason to shoot down this poll hearing moving.
Excuse me, this is the homeowner, may I speak, please?
Yes,
Okay, hi, Ken A, 19 Wilson Road. Mr. Kelly, you're incorrect, this project has been approved.
Can we turn this on?
It's gone through conservation, and it's gone through ZBA, so that's an incorrect statement. Second of all, it's aerial trespassing. There is no easement. I encourage you to go look through that. There's no easement out there, and this is aerial trespassing, and the addition, when it goes up, will end up taking those lines down, and Mr. Pesovich will not have any power or cable. So I'm doing an honest, I've been held up for 3 years on the addition because he's suing 5 zoning board members for granting a special permit that town council granted. And I'm in honest, trying to do the right thing here, and I've contacted both Eversource and Verizon. There is no easement, and I'm trying to move this forward. I refuse to be held up any further on a project that I've been 3 years into already.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I am prepared to move,
yeah,
to
I
make
have
a
a
motion.
May I respond to that?
Madam Chairman, I'm Joe
Just a
Pasevich.
sec.
I'm in a butter.
Joe, would you like to approach the podium?
If may, sit down.
No, I'd like you at the podium,
I really need this.
right there. Thank you, appreciate it.
There's a lot of issues here, Madam Chair, and first of all, nobody likes poles in front of their houses, all right? I don't want a pole in front of my house. You know, Wilson Road is a pretty street, pretty natural surroundings, and I don't need a pole with a steel cable in front of my house. I don't need it, and I don't have to have one. There's no need for it, and I don't want it. Started off, first of all, Madam Chair, you may be conflicted here because you are a defendant in a case that's pending before Plymouth Superior Court right now in relation to this. So I just let you know that I'm aware of that. Starting out with the application dated March 13th, it says install one pole, JO pole, whatever that is, with an anchor. And the reason given is this installation is being requested to alleviate an aerial trespass issue for number 19 Wilson Road. I've never been told I was trespassing. There is a precedent legal precedent called prescribed easement. And once you have something like a wire passing over somebody's property, if it isn't challenged in 20 years, then you get what is called a prescribed easement. The only way to remove a prescribed easement is with a court order. These houses were built in the 1958-59 era of time, and as far as I know, since I was a little kid, when relatives of mine bought the property at 25 Wilson, there's always been electrical service. That's over 60 years. The other issue is, and so there's no reason for anybody to threaten to cut off my power. In fact, well, I'll get to that in a minute with regards to the court case. The second part of this reason given is there's a building, which is building, number 19 Wilson Road, which is building an addition on their property. Yeah, it went through conservation. The plan for addition has gone through conservation. It's typical, gone through the ZBA. Madam Chair, you were the chair of the ZBA at the time you heard this. They are not building an addition on the property. These are two misleading statements, misleading and probably false statements at the worst, and misleading at the minimum. No addition can be built on that property until the court case is resolved. In fact, I did challenge the ZBA decision on a number of grounds, several grounds, which we call counts. And one of the counts was, or one of the issues raised was my right of access to services like electricity, okay, which is already existing. And the electrical line, if that is actually going to create an issue, the building is going to create an issue with my electrical service. The lawsuit is ongoing. It is scheduled for trial on July 29th. There have been attempts to have the case thrown out, to have it dismissed. In each of those instances, I have prevailed. The judge ordered it to trial, and it's scheduled for July 29th. And part of the materials I've submitted for consideration at the trial is what was part of Exhibit A of my complaint lawsuit, which deals with electrical code. And that addition will potentially interfere with my electrical service. And you just heard the property owner at 19 say that he thinks he could just cut the wire. You heard that. Basically, that was the message, that he could just cut the wire. Well, no, you can't. That's a prescribed easement. It's well documented, many, many precedents in the legal world. So again, case is on trial for July 29th. I think that this hearing is way, way too premature because no, a building is not being built on there. It's still pending a court decision. And if you need to see the portion of the complaint that deals with, and by the way, if you need to see the portion of the complaint that deals with that, the lawsuit, that is available to you, and also the actual court document specifying the date of the trial and the pretrial conference also in July. That is also available to you. I don't know if I have it right in front of me right now.
We're okay, Joe.
So this is way too premature. These statements made on this petition are false, are misleading, if not absolutely false. And you, Madam Chairman, are potentially conflicted here. And you probably should recuse yourself. That's just the way I see it. So a lot of incorrect statements are being made. And those are the basics right there. Again, lots and lots of information and legal precedent on easements and specifically on prescribed easements. Nothing can be done to interfere with my electrical service short of a court order. And you, because this is an issue in the court case, you would be interfering with the court case if you were to do this right now, because this is an issue that only the judge
Sir.
can take up.
Sir,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
I'm sorry, was there something you wanted to say to me?
No, I just would like.
I have some questions, Madam Chair, if that's all right.
So I just want to clarify, tonight is the first night that we have opened this hearing. It was requested by the Board of Public Works to come in front of this, to not be heard at the last hearing. I also am aware that Eric Kelly is also here and he's a friend of yours, and you are in a butter to this as well. So it's my suggestion right now that we go into our executive session and come back to this when we have town council here.
He is here, Madam
He
Chair.
is here,
Yes.
okay. Okay, so then in that case, follow through with what you were going to say, and we will have Bob zoom in or whatever's going on.
Great, thank you, Madam
you.
Chair. So, Mr. Pasevich, you are here as an abutter, is that correct?
Well, the pole is being put basically in front of my house.
Sure, and could you please state your address again for the record?
25 Wilson Road.
And is this property currently under your care and custody?
Which property?
That's not what you just named, Wilson Road?
25 Wilson, yeah.
Yeah. Do you expect your care and custody of this property to be challenged within the next year by your bank mortgage provider?
No.
All right, thank you.
I have a written agreement with my bank, and I know what you're alluding to, and that's really, really kind of low, kind of crass. I had a life-changing health emergency this year. I've lost months of work. I have an extreme life-changing event. So what do you know? What are you alluding to? Why do you ask me if my
Excuse me,
ownership
sir.
is being
I'd
challenged?
like to take this opportunity to move forward.
Wow.
Is there anybody else here this evening that would like to speak on this?
Madam Chair, town council would like you to ask Mr. Pasevich what action the DPW took.
Mr. Pesevich, are you aware of what action this evening occurred at the Board of Public
No.
Works? You're not aware?
No. How would I've been here, sitting here all this time.
Okay.
I was working, I had to deal with an emergency this afternoon. I had to fight traffic to get back here on time,
Okay,
and I don't know what the DPW did tonight.
okay.
Do you,
Well, it's currently 7:32, so I would like to take this moment to thank you for being here. We will revisit this evening. However, we will be going into an executive session and then come back and continue this discussion.
So I should wait.
So I would appreciate it if you would wait.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
and just as an aside, I'd like to know who told the petitioner that a building was being built and that there was a trespass issue? Who told the petitioner, whoever wrote that application? That's, like I said, misleading at the minimum and a falsehood
Okay.
at work.
This is still a fact-finding mission.
Thank you.
Thank you. So those of you here this evening that are waiting for an appointment, unfortunately, you are going to have to wait a little longer. I apologize for the delay, and we will be moving into an executive session at 7:30. So at this time, the board moves to go into executive session pursuant to general laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, Robinson versus Marshfield, and to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining and litigation, Marshfield Fighters Local 2568, and general litigation update, returning to open session upon the completion of the executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
All right.
Unanimous vote to go into executive session, to return to public session at the conclusion of the executive session.
IT? Town administrator?
Yes.
Town council? Board members? Okay. All right, I'm going to bring this meeting back out of executive session. It is currently 8:17. I'd like to make motion to come out of executive session to return, and here we are. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to come out of executive session, return to public session, and continue with the hearing.
Okay, so currently we are working on our poll hearing for Winslow Road, but as we were...
Wilson Road.
Wilson Road, I'm sorry.
Yep.
As I was heading out, it was brought to my attention that Jack McDonald of Village Sign Presentation has requested to postpone his hearing or his appointment. I would like him, I'm going to just do that and ask the
Put a
board
motion.
for that motion, okay? So I'd like to make a motion to postpone Jack McDonald's Village Sign Presentation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to postpone Jack McDonald's Village Sign presentation.
Okay, so as we were finishing up with the poll hearing, it was brought to my attention that both the individual that is here from Verizon New England had some statements, and then the actual homeowner that lives at this location of Wilson Road also interjected on Zoom about some conflicting information with regard to this particular case. So both, and then Joe Pesovich, who is an abutter, also made comments that there were false statements. So at this point, we are in a fact-finding mission. We have read this into the record, and I currently am going to ask our town council to address two issues. One issue is my involvement in the current ZBA case for this particular parcel, and how that could affect my sitting on this case.
So I wasn't here for the beginning of the discussion, so I didn't hear the basis upon which you were alleged to have a conflict. Were you,
It was inferred by Joe Pesovich that my name, as I was on the ZBA, as I believe I was as a chair several years ago. I'm not up to date on this particular case. It's not something that the
were
town...
you on the Board of Appeals when the special permit was granted to the abutter to Mr.?
I was.
Okay. Do you recall whether you sat on the matter?
I did sit on the matter.
This poll hearing has absolutely nothing to do with the Zoning Board of Appeals, but it is true there is an appeal that was brought by Joseph Pesovich against his neighbor, Mr. Hay, and the Zoning Board of Appeals, challenging the decision of the Zoning Board of Appeals to grant a special permit to alter or extend a non-conforming use.
Okay.
I forgot exactly what the nature of the relief was, but I know that the gentleman that lived, who was the recipient of the permit that was granted, was seeking to modify his house in some way, shape, or form.
Well, there seems to be something separate of what we're doing here today.
Tonight has nothing to do with the house. It has only to do with the utility poles and utility lines.
So therefore, I just disclosed my position on this. Would that be acceptable for me to move forward?
In my opinion, it's not a conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. I also brought to the attention of the board and the public that Joe Pesovich is a friend of Eric Kelly as well, and he is listed as an abutter, and obviously Joe.
I'll say this for both of your benefit. If both of you believe you can be fair and impartial on the matter of this poll hearing, and you affirm that you can do that, I don't have a problem with either of you proceeding to hear this matter and decide the matter.
Thank you, sir. So I would affirm that I am capable of moving forward with this poll hearing, and I would look to my other select board member for his response.
I'll affirm it as well.
That's acceptable to me.
Okay. All righty. So here we are with some different recollection and statements by both. So we have a report in front of us. We have the gentleman that presented it. Would you like to add to the situation we have here and share a little bit more light on what the response of Joe Pesovich in this particular case?
Well, it's my understanding the pole is going on town right away. It's right at the property line. If the fence is in the correct position, which I assume it is, that's pretty straightforward pole addition.
Okay. Have you done many poll hearings for the town of Marshfield?
This is my first.
This is your first.
Actually, I'm filling in for my partner that normally does these. He was tied up on another meeting tonight, so he asked me to sit in.
Okay. Are you familiar with any conflict with the Board of Public Works in previous poll hearings? No. Okay, thank you. Would you like to add anything?
No, thank you.
Would you like to add anything?
I do. Mr. Topan, is that right? You said that the Board of Public Works approved it earlier.
Yes.
Attorney Galvin, can you respond to that, please?
I was present earlier this evening, shortly at or about 6 o'clock. I actually saw this gentleman speak to the deputy or the superintendent, and I know they exchanged some words, and I understood that to the effect that the matter was all set, because I think this gentleman indicated that there was a conflicting time. And I saw him leave the meeting, and when I left the Board of Public Works meeting, they were still discussing the 40B project and environmental partners presentation. They had not reached the poll hearing yet. While we were in the executive session, I received a text from the superintendent, and he told me that they took no action on the matter as a board.
So when they say no action, what's that mean?
Well, I asked the same question you just asked me, and he said there was no explanation given.
So did they not take it up, or?
They did not, they took no action on it. That's all I know. I was a text message with the superintendent,
All right.
but I did ask him specifically the same question you just asked me, what does that mean? And he said, no action.
Okay. Well, I'd like to move forward, and I would like to
May I
make,
speak, ma'am?
you've already had it,
Yeah, but you let this man rebut.
well, I let him rebut what you said, and he didn't have any
Well,
rebuttal to
the
it.
question still, we were told that there was inferred that it was improved by the DPW, and now we know it was not, okay?
It was,
It was also
sir?
explained that there was
Sir?
going to be a guide wire going not just on the boundary line in front of the properties in the right-of-way, but it appears, if I'm inferring it correctly, that this guide anchor is going to be more in front of my house. And I asked the question again, who instructed the person that prepared this petition that it was a trespass issue? Who instructed the person that prepared the petition that there was a building going in there when it has not been decided yet and it is in court? Maybe your town council might want to opine a bit on trespassing issues and prescriptive easements. I was never informed of it, so there's obviously a false statement there. Two false statements, at the minimum premature and misleading, but appears to me like they are false, that somebody has a connection with the utilities to put a pole in there for some reason in order to eliminate an issue that is documented in the complaint before the court. It is an issue before the court, and it has been explained to the court with evidence that this is an issue, that my electrical service is going to be jeopardized by this person's construction. And the way to remedy that is not by having your friends at National Grid or Verizon come in there and put a pole, which may not be necessary, and I do not want in front of my house.
Yes, Madam Chair, homeowner Ken Hay, may I speak for 1 second, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I know Mr. Pesovich doesn't want a pole. We all know nobody wants a pole in front of their home. I've had a pole in front of my home for 67 years with a guide wire. the guide wire goes to the end pole. There is a need for the next pole for the construction project. It's aerial trespassing. I own from my property straight up. And those wires, there is no easement approval in the documents anywhere. I've already researched all this, and I cannot be held up any further, and this is not on you folks, but I am not gonna be held up. Mr. Pesovich is making false statements here when he's saying in court, he has won this dismissal and he has won this. What he lost and what he failed to admit to the board is he wanted a jury trial, and the judge declined that, and it's a judge trial on July 29th, and a pre-trial hearing on the 27th, which had already been a pre-trial hearing about a month ago, in which he was instructed not to be, bringing any last-minute things. And someone that's so concerned about aesthetics and mentions how beautiful Wilson Road is, I think you ought to look at Mr. Pesovich's yard, and I think the town dump is in better order than his
Okay,
yard.
sir, we're not gonna go down that, we're not going down that road.
And just a
Okay.
brief response, if I may.
No,
The issue has been
sir.
entered as an issue. There is an exhibit, and there is reference material from Attorney Irene Del Bono on
Joe,
easements
your-
and rights
Joe,
of way,
your
public
court
and
case
private
is out of
roads.
the jurisdiction
It is
of
not,
our
it is an issue
review
of the
right
court
now.
case, and you are a defendant. And you have a friend too here, Attorney Galvin,
He is town council.
and a business partner. Is that
He
true?
is not a business partner.
Really? Okay.
He is my mother's estate attorney. Would you like to say anything else, sir? Because I will have you removed.
For speaking again, or do you want me to say something or add anything?
Would you like to speak again?
Will that get me removed if I speak again?
It depends what you have to say.
Well, again, this is a count. It is a part of the litigation. As far as jury trials go and bench trials go, this is typical for a zoning board of appeals case. It is nothing that denigrates my
Joe,
standing
I
or
am
my
asking
position in
you-
this case.
Joe?
And this issue is one of the counts. It goes
Joe?
directly to what the zoning board did.
I am asking you to leave the podium. Town council, can you
So-
weigh in, please?
So remember, tonight, you're only deciding whether Verizon can relocate a pole.
It's not
And-
relocation.
Sir, could you please leave?
So tonight, you're only being asked to determine certain things. Verizon has asked you to approve the location of this pole. I don't know whether it's a relocation or not. I missed the beginning of it. I know there's a pole because I drove down Wilson Road, so I had an understanding of what the issue was. You have the ability to approve the location of the pole, the piers, the abutments, the number of wires or cables that can be attached thereto, and the height to which the wires or cables may run. That's your job. Your job is not to concern yourself with whether there's an appeal on an unrelated issue with the zoning board of appeals. Your job is only to determine whether Verizon has convinced you that it is in the best interest of the town or the best interest of the utility company to move the pole.
Thank you. I'd like to move forward on this. And I'd like to make a motion that the board moves to approve the request by Verizon New England, Inc. and NSTAR Electric Company DBA Eversource Energy for the installation of one JO pole 3172-8 with an anchor on the southeasterly side of Wilson Road. The new location will be approximately 134 feet northeast of the center line of Plymouth Avenue and will be 39 feet southwesterly of the existing pole 317-2. Said pole to be erected substantially in accordance with the plan filed herewith marked VZ NE Inc. Plan Number MA 2024-15, dated February 9th, 2024. This installation is being requested to alleviate an aerial trespass issue for number 19 Wilson Road, which is building an addition on their property. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Nay.
2 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The motion passes.
Okay. We have a dog hearing at 6:35 that we are past. Sean O'Sullivan, dog hearing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Should I circle back with the DPW?
Please do. All right. So we're into a dog hearing this evening, and we have a few folks here that will be addressing the board, and we are in receipt of a complaint by a person, and the hearing officer is the Board of Selectmen, and we've scheduled a public hearing, and the hearing is under oath and includes an examination of the complainant and dog owners or keepers and any witnesses. Objective of this hearing is to determine if the dog by the name of Bandit constitutes a nuisance dog by reason of repeated leash law and other violations, and if so, what should be the penalty. It sounds as if the dog may also be alleged to be excessively barking. So we have some rules that we need to work with when we end up with a dog hearing. So our town council will administer an oath if a notary to any person testifying. The chair also is going to explain, which is myself, that this is not a trial and the rules of evidence like would be applied in any court will not necessarily or strictly apply, and the right to question any witnesses will be at the discretion of the chair of the select board and must be through the select board chair. This is not a case about whether there is a nuisance, since that was determined as set forth in December 14th of 2011. By law, a nuisance dog is or are defined as a dog or dogs that, 1, by excessive barking or other disturbances is a source of annoyance to a reasonable person residing in the vicinity, or 2, by excessive barking causing damage or other interference, a reasonable person will find such behavior disruptive to one's quiet and peaceful enjoyment. In case anybody was wondering, the definition of a nuisance dog comes from Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 136A. So who would like to present this evening? Thank you.
You have to read as your first exhibit, you have to read the notice of the public hearing,
Okay,
and then you could, I'll swear the witnesses in.
okay. So the notice of the public hearing before the Select Board nuisance dog pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 157. Please be advised that in accordance with provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 157, the Town of Marshfield Select Board, in their capacity as the hearing authority for the Town of Marshfield, will conduct a public hearing on Monday, May 20th, 2024, at 6:35 p.m. in the Select Board Chamber located at 870 Marine Street, second floor, Marshfield, Mass., on a report complaint received by the Select Board from the Marshfield Police Department and Animal Control Officer that Mr. O'Sullivan's dog Bandit, which is kept by Mr. O'Sullivan on the premises at 585 Careswell Street in Marshfield, Massachusetts, constitutes a nuisance dog by reason of numerous leash law violations cited by Marshfield Animal Control. You're advised of your right to attend the hearing, speak on your own behalf or through your legal representative, and present any witness Witnesses or evidence in support of your position in this matter. If you fail to attend this public hearing, the Select Board reserves the right to proceed. In your absence, make a determination in this matter and proceed with such other restrictions or other measures necessary to prevent any further risk of injury. Anything
Madam
else?
Chair,
Yep.
You probably also want to note, you include for the record the written notification to the owner or keeper of the dog.
Okay. I don't see that here. There's the letter of December 20th, which identifies the different violations. And then from the town of Marshfield, the Police Department, we have another
I'm in
letter.
particular referring to the notice to Mr. O'Sullivan
Do you have that?
of this hearing.
That was what you read in.
That is what I read, correct?
Oh, I thought you just read the public hearing notice. Okay. All right. Okay.
Is it from the police department you're talking about?
Town of Marshfield, Michael Moresco.
Is it this one?
It was signed April 30th. That's what I just read in.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All righty.
You want me to administer the oath, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
please.
Anybody that's going to give testimony in this matter, please stand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Yes. Okay. 2 witnesses are sworn.
Okay. Would you like to come and take a seat so we can hear you clearly? Thank you.
I do have copies of
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Courtney Ellis. I'm the Town Marshfield Animal Control Officer. So I'm going to be reading a timeline of events in which we responded or received complaints about Sean O'Sullivan's dog Bandit. So this starts on 4/14/23. Calling party called dispatch requesting someone to respond for her neighbor's dog wandering the neighborhood in Carswell Street. Stated she believes the dog belongs to a male that lives across from the Winslow house. Dog was reunited with its owner. Dog was identified as Bandit, owned by the O'Sullivans at 585 Carswell Street. This dog has been loose before, and a leash law citation will be issued to Sean O'Sullivan. Owner was informed to license Bandit ASAP. On 5/23/23, calling party called ACO to report that neighbor's dog was loose in her yard. ACOs responded and shuttled Bandit back to 585 Carswell Street. Nobody appeared to be home. ACO Ellis, myself, left a hang tag on the door and voicemails for both Robert and Sean O'Sullivan. Polk Harry stated that Bandit was loose on 5/21 as well, and 2 leash law citations were issued, as well as an unlicensed dog citation. Bandit appeared to have a painful mass on his side as well that needed to be checked by a veterinarian. On 5/25/23, Robert O'Sullivan spoke to myself and stated that he was not home at the time of these incidents and apologized for Bandit being loose on both days. I advised that I would be issuing 2 leash law citations, and he stated that he would license his dog ASAP. Robert also stated that Marshfield Animal Hospital checked Bandit recently for his growth and that they will be doing another recheck. On 5/26/23, calling party called ACO stating that Bandit, the Alaskan Malamute, was loose on her property again. ACO Ellis called Robert O'Sullivan, who stated he would go and retrieve him. Advised I would be issuing another leash law citation and that this issue needs to be resolved. O'Sullivan stated he would no longer allow Bandit in their fenced-in yard because he digs holes under the fence. Ongoing issue. On 7/26/23, calling party called dispatch and reported a loose black and white husky in the area of 300 Carswell Street. Animal control officers responded and tried to make contact with owners at 585 Carswell Street. Nobody was home, so Bandit was brought to the animal shelter. Gwen O'Sullivan, daughter of Robert O'Sullivan, called ACO and stated she would be retrieving Bandit. ACO advised that we would be issuing another leash law citation as well as an unlicensed dog citation. On 8/10/23, a refused caller stated that there was a big husky-looking dog loose on Regis Road. ACOs responded and observed Bandit, an Alaskan Malamute owned by Sean O'Sullivan, running around Regis Road. We brought him back to the animal shelter, and Sean's sister Gwen came and reclaimed him. A neighbor stated that he was loose for hours. This is an ongoing issue with owners. ACO Ellis, myself, attempted to make contact with Sean and issued another leash law citation and unlicensed dog citation. On 9/13/23, calling party stated that Bandit, the dog residing at 585 Careswell Street, is loose again on Regis Road. ACO Forbes called Sean O'Sullivan, the owner of Bandit, and his father, Robert, answered. Robert stated he would go and pick up Bandit. ACO Forbes advised Robert that we would be issuing Sean another leash law citation, as this is an ongoing issue. On 9/21/23, calling party stated that the dog Bandit that resides at 585 Careswell Street is loose again and is running in traffic. ACO Forbes spoke to Robert O'Sullivan and informed him Bandit was loose. Robert stated he would go and get Bandit. ACO Forbes advised Robert that Sean would be receiving another leash law citation and that a nuisance dog hearing would be requested through the Selectman's office. On 3/27/24, calling party called dispatch to report 2 dogs running in the area, a husky and a lab. ACO Forbes was dispatched, but owner had taken both dogs home. On 4/30/24, a party stopped into the animal shelter to report that Sean O'Sullivan's dog Bandit was loose last night on 4/29/24 at 1800 hours. Party stated that they brought the dog home, put the dog in the house because nobody was home. They also stated that the door on the house has a broken screen and the dog can just run right through. We'll be attempting to contact Sean O'Sullivan and issue another legal citation. Advised party a nuisance dog hearing is scheduled for May 20th. Officer Forbes and myself have responded to Bandit being loose numerous times. We have spoken to Sean, Robert, and Gwen O'Sullivan about this issue on numerous occasions, given them advice on how to properly contain Bandit in the yard, such as a runner, a kennel, electric fence, redoing their original fence. 6 leash law citations and 2 unlicensed dog citations have been issued to Sean O'Sullivan, as well as 3 to Robert O'Sullivan. Neighbors have expressed that Bandit is a nuisance to them, but furthermore, they're concerned that Bandit is going to be hit by a car. ACO Forbes and myself have these same concerns, and it is clear to us that Sean and his family are irresponsible dog owners and have made no attempts to fix this ongoing issue.
Okay, thank you. So that summarizes the factual background to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. So are you, when you say that Sean and his family are irresponsible dog owners, it's based on running loose?
Yes.
What else?
Running loose, I mean, that's the main concern, obviously breaking the leash law. They failed to license their dog, there's another dog on the property as well, who's remained unlicensed.
Sir, you will have your chance to speak. This is a process, so, okay.
And then we have gotten barking dog complaints as well. I mean, that's a little bit more tricky. It's not a bylaw per se, but, it's definitely quite a concern for us, and we've picked up Bandit quite a few times. We are concerned about him, and his safety as well.
I understand. Okay. Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the process. I'm gonna ask my
Yep.
board members to ask you some questions.
Sure.
And then we're gonna see if there's anybody else out there to support your reason for being here.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we may ask questions of them, and then the respondent dog owner will have their opportunity to speak, and then we'll go through the same process with that.
Sure.
So, go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. What do you think is the most practical solution to rectify the situation?
At this point, like I said, we have given them a lot of options as far as, recommendations and whatnot. I would say at this point, in my opinion, I don't think the dog should be let outside unattended, or if he is unattended, he should be in some sort of kennel, something that he cannot escape out of, because it's clear that he's an escape artist. So that's what I would recommend, that he's not left outside unattended unless he is in some sort of secure pen, probably with a roof and 6 sides.
And I think it was your second response call that there was a mass on the dog that seemed painful to touch. In your subsequent calls, have you noticed if the mass is still present?
I have not, no.
Thank you.
Eric?
The only thing, I'm reading this, so I mean, the only thing I guess is, what is your recommendations?
Yeah, so like I said,
In regards to addressing this, I mean, between the property itself, actually, could we get a picture of the property, the overview of the property?
We do, Colin, can you put that picture up?
I haven't seen it, so, is that the wide one? Do we have a close-up of the property?
Can you zoom in, Colin, to that?
Which one is it?
The
Which one is it?
Setback from the
It's the
road.
White House
Other way,
setback.
other way.
Yeah.
It's the first one, it's up in the right-hand corner now. Oh, no, down low. That's it, right where the cursor is.
Can you zoom in on that? So, the yard appears to be fenced in, right? Is that what I'm looking at?
there is a small fencing area from what I remember. It's not a very tall fence and it's not a very secure fence. The dog, I mean, they've told us multiple times the dog just digs right under the fence. And, I think he could.
So they acknowledge that the south is an
Weird.
issue,
Exactly.
but they just
yes.
choose to not address it, it seems like,
Yes.
right? Have they paid the fines that are owed to them?
As far as I know, there's been one, maybe two fines paid, and the rest have not. We did go to court over one of the matters, and there was like a 6-month period that was given. If the leash law had not been broken within that time, then he would not have to pay. But it has since been broken, so.
Now, I was reading up on the different paragraphs between a nuisance dog and a dangerous dog. Where would you classify it?
Definitely a nuisance dog. This dog's never shown any sort of aggression towards us at all. I don't have any concerns about him hurting anybody. He
there's
is quite
more-
hard to catch, I will say that.
But there's more to the dangerous dog part in regards to the dog being harm to itself, right? Because it's getting loose.
Well, dangerous dog, and from what you've, from previous hearings, is more like a dangerous dog to the public. I mean, he's, in dangerous situations, but I would not classify that as a dangerous dog now.
So you would prefer to classify him as a nuisance dog?
Yes.
All right. I'm all set at the moment, thank you.
Thank you. So he got loose and he was over at Governor Winslow a couple of times, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, he was on Regis Road.
Okay.
It's pretty much where he goes to the same
Okay.
place every time,
All
pretty
right.
much.
Is there anybody else here this evening or on Zoom that would like to comment in response to this, this violation?
Yes, I would. This is Sarah Polcari.
Okay. If you could, your address, please?
21 Regis Road.
Thank you. Do you have something to support the allegations on this particular hearing?
Absolutely. There are many children that live on this street as well. Bandit has been loose during school hours, and that's also a concern. There are children who are afraid of dogs, and as the dog owners, how do you not know where your animal is at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning? There's a lot of other dog walkers. I know that some people have been concerned that Bandit might approach them. He's a very big dog. And he just seems to be extremely neglected, and he's matted. He seems uncared for. I think the last thing that we want is for to hear screeching tires coming down the street when he's going to be hit by a car. It's a very busy area, and we just don't want anything awful to happen to this animal. It's not his fault, and it really relies on the irresponsible dog owners.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody, are you all set?
Yes, I
Okay.
think so for now.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to support that this is a violation? All right, hearing none. Any questions from the select board for Ms. Pokari?
No.
Eric?
I don't know.
Okay. So we will move on to the opportunity for the respondent dog owner or their counsel to, you may say that you can go to the podium, sir. So if you would like to speak, feel free to address the
Okay.
board.
Okay, good evening. I'd first off like to apologize.
Name for the record,
Oh yeah, Sean O'Sullivan,
address.
585 Careswell
Okay,
Street.
thank you.
I do want to apologize to Animal Control and the neighbors as well. I know it's been like a tough go the last year or so. I would like to say we did put in an electric fence. Like we dug it underneath my fence, and he's just so thick, like he just runs right through, like he would run right through it. And after our court date, which was about probably 4 months ago, something like 5 months ago, something like that. He hadn't gotten out since then. We put a chain in the backyard that we'll put him up on. I would like to touch on the fact that the barking is not him. He's a howler, but he doesn't really do it when he's outside. It's our lab, who's 15 years old. She's relatively senile. So my buddy who looks after her sometimes literally calls her inside outside. Like she'll go outside and just sit at the door and bark until she gets let back in. So it's not him barking. But we did get an electric fence. We did get a chain. We lock him inside and never leave him out unless we're in the kitchen. The last time that he did get out on 4:30, he ran through the screen door. That's why there's a hole in it. There's a hole in it. He just ran right through it. I don't know. He probably saw a bunny or something. There's been a couple of occasions where like the milkman will come to our house and he'll leave the door cracked open, and our lab will just push it open and he'll just run. And I would like to touch on the fact that I've shown up several times. So he goes to the same neighbor's house pretty much every time he gets out. And the first two times that I was looking around for him because he wasn't in the yard, and I finally found him, and he was inside their house with their small children. And I'm reckoning that they told me they were giving him treats or something, and he just loves it there now. They let him in the house, they feed him, he gets to hang out with the kids. So that's a big reason why he's going over there. It doesn't seem like he's necessarily a nuisance to anybody other than the fact that he's running around off leash and people are afraid that he's going to get hurt, which I completely understand, and I am too. It is scary for me as well. But he's a highly energetic dog, and he is an escape artist. He's good at, finding holes where he can. And so if there is a crack in the system, like he will go for it. But we've made a massive effort to try and mediate the getting out. Like it was 5 months since he had gotten out. So I thought we were doing a pretty good job at it. And the mass on his side. So I've had Bandit for 5 years, almost 6 years. And he started developing the mass probably around 2 years ago. And I've gotten it checked out, sampled 4 times. It's non-cancerous, it's benign. And it's just several $1,000s to treat. So it's kind of a matter of me having to save up the money in order to get some sort of treatment for him when that time does come. So I have been checking it out for him, and I'm aware of the situation and the problem. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind staying
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Would you like to respond before I ask the select board and explain whether or not he has been restrained and is not running around the neighborhood? When's the most recent
Yes.
call?
So the most recent report was the neighbor had come into the animal shelter to let us know that he was loose on 4/29. But before that, he was also loose. Him and the other dog were also loose on 3/27. His father did go and get the dogs before my assistant had, been able to catch them or anything like that. And then before that, there was, a substantial amount of time, 9/21/23 before that. But the neighbors have stated that they don't always call us when it happens. They feel bad calling us.
I don't
I've,
think they do.
gone out there quite a few times. So, obviously I don't have the report, so I don't know if that's true or not. But, there was a period of time where he was being, responsible as far as we didn't get any calls. I do think, the electric fence might not be the best form of containment if, he is quite a fluffy dog. I don't know that he would, feel the zaps like he
Yeah.
kind of stated. So I think that, something a little more, secure would probably be better.
Okay, and he alluded to the fact that he came through a screen door.
Yes.
So I appreciate that response, and I'm going to ask the board if they would like to add any questions to this gentleman.
Courtney, to your recollection, do you feel like it was 4 to 5 months between reported incidents for the dog?
Yes, I do believe that was the case, yes. As far as what I have, written down here.
Thank you. And then, how often would you say that you get the chance to walk your dog or to take your dog to a park?
Yeah, so me and him skateboard a lot. So the problem is that I work offshore, doing protected species observing. And so I'm a contracted biologist going offshore for like 6 to 8 weeks at a time. So I kind of get to pick and choose when I work. Like now I'm home for the whole summer working on the oyster farm.
Yeah.
But when I'm home, like we're going for 4 to 6 miles a day, sprinting. He's just trailing me on the skateboard. We'll take runs and walks, and I take him every day that I'm home. Sometimes he doesn't get as much exercise when I'm not home. I'll have my buddies come over and take him for walks, but definitely not as vigorous as I go with him. But yeah, we ride the bike around, we skateboard, we run, so he gets a proper amount of exercise, at least when I'm home. So
Thank you.
yeah.
Eric?
Sean, glad to hear that you're apologizing to the neighbors. It's been going on for quite a while. It's
Yeah.
like your neighbors have, I'm not gonna say they probably are mad at you, but they have more concerns for the dog.
Yeah, for sure, I get that.
And I think it's unfair to them, and especially where you're saying that you have a job that takes you out of the house for a period of time.
Yeah,
I don't want to say the dog's a burden on your other family members, but I'm sure it probably drives them crazy when the neighbors are calling them.
Yeah.
The police have to
it
respond.
does, yeah.
Have you thought about relinquishing the dog to somebody?
I've
Maybe
thought
somebody in the
about
neighborhood?
so I don't have anybody in my immediate, like,
How about-
friend or family vicinity that,
How about somebody in the neighborhood? You
I
said
mean,
the neighbor,
like-
the neighbor has, one of your neighbors gives it treats and all that. Maybe they don't want it on a full-time basis, but I mean, is
Yeah.
this, maybe, where it's not too far from you, you can still visit it, but.
yeah,
they
for
can
sure.
take care
And
of
I've
it in
thought
those
about, like,
circumstances.
they've expressed that a woman down the street wants him, but I don't want to burden, like, he needs quite a bit of he doesn't just want to go for a walk.
No, and I get that. Maybe give the dog to somebody that can give him the space he needs, but a secure pen.
Yeah.
But also allow you to
Be able to
be
see.
with the dog.
Yeah.
And do the things with it. I mean,
Sure.
if you're saying there's somebody out there that has interest, I mean, you're racking up fines left and right here.
Yeah.
And plus, you're putting the burden on your father and sister, am I understanding?
Yeah.
So when you're not around, they got to be responsible for it. So, I mean, I'm sure they love the dog too, but I don't know how old your father is, but I'm sure he's probably at the time where he just wants to be some peace and quiet.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, you do own the dog, right? It's-
Yeah,
The dog,
he's-
it's not your father's responsibility, not
No.
your sister's responsibility, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how long are you gone at a time when you're at work on offshore, whatever you say?
It's like 6 to 8 weeks, depending on the rotation. Some are shorter, like I went out on a boat in March for 10 days. So it's kind of,
But 6 to 8 weeks could be the norm, right? So, I mean, that's a long time, especially not seeing your dog, and the whole thing is that if you're not the one running around with them,
yeah,
who else is running around with them,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
So,
Can I add something as well?
sure.
I would just like to add, we have offered to take Bandit in for Sean in the past as well and try to find him.
I just don't want to give him to somebody random, like out of the shelter kind of thing. Like that's not.
Why, do you have a problem with how the shelter's run or anything like that? or-
I mean, I just don't necessarily trust that they're gonna find him like if I'm gonna give him to somebody, I want him to have like somebody good, because he needs it.
Yeah, I mean, if I can respond,
I mean, she-
we do have quite a vigorous
Was-
process of screening, adopters
Is it
for.
Ellis, your last name? So ACO Ellis, I think, would be more than happy to, I would imagine, don't even put words in your mouth, but more than happy to find the right person
Yeah.
that could care for the dog in town, and maybe, and then work out a deal where you can come and visit the dog, on a basis where you can still have a connection with them and run them around and all that.
For sure.
I mean, we have to make a decision up here in regards to this whole matter, and the whole thing is that I don't think either one of us wants to drop the hammer on you and the dog for
Yeah.
whatever reason. So, I mean, tell us what you're willing to do in regards to resolving this between what I'm suggesting to you, communicating to ACO Ellis and everybody else here in regards to, are you willing to give up the dog, find a home that can pen it securely without being a nuisance to the neighbors, but the whole thing is that allowing you time to still be with the dog and then give it the exercise that it needs and everything like that.
Yeah, it's just quite it's like a bit of a difficult decision since I've had him for 6 years. I've grown
Okay.
relatively close with him, so it's like a tough.
So what do you want to do?
Eric, how about this?
I'm listening.
How about we continue? He's said his piece. He's shared a lot of personal information about his situation with the board.
I get that.
So why don't we go through the process here, and you've got some more information on what he's willing to do, and we'll see where we have had other dog hearings before, and we amicably try to work through them. So I would like to do that as well, but let's just take the process where we need to go, okay? So I'd like to ask the public if there's anything they'd like to add in support of this particular dog and this particular hearing. Hearing none.
What would be the next steps if there are calls and he continues to be loose? I think this is such a waste of animal control's time and the resources. It's going to keep happening. We have a date on our camera from May 8th.
Okay.
Call us.
Which is
We
just
gave you
a
our number.
second. It's difficult for me to understand who just spoke. Could you please again identify yourself for the record?
It's my neighbor.
Sarah Polcari.
Okay, so right now, the comment to the public is to support this dog not in the violation and on the other side of it, and you're supporting the violation. So the question was to see if there was anybody here to speak on that. So I just want to clarify and move from that. When we get to that point, we will discuss that and deliberate it with the board. Okay. So based on my recollection of how this is supposed to go, the board would take a vote to close the public portion of the hearing and then deliberate. Is that correct, Attorney Galvin?
Yes, it is, Madam Chair.
Okay. So I feel that the information presented in front of us at this point is sufficient So I'd like to take a vote to close the public portion of the hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to close the public portion of this hearing.
Okay, so the deliberation on this particular hearing could take a while. I'd like to offer the option to do this at the end of our hearing. We have several people here that are still waiting their turn, but Attorney Galvin raised his
If you're
hand.
going to do that, then I'll reserve my comments to whenever you decide.
Yeah, I think that that's best at this particular time. We're getting on to 9:06, and we haven't even started we've got it through a couple of our action items, and we have gentlemen standing here, and men and women as well. So how would you feel about that? You want to just jump at, get this over with?
I don't think it'll be too long. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm happy to kind of follow your recommendation.
Okay.
I don't think it'll be too long.
Okay. All right. How do you feel?
I'm gonna go with Steve. I think, I think if either one of you have something and we can just merge our thoughts together,
Okay.
maybe come to something, I don't think it'll take too long either. I
Okay.
agree with Steve on that.
All right, then let's deliberate and see how we do. Okay, so the select board must determine pursuant to general law, chapter 140, section 157, if the dog is a nuisance dog by reason of disturbance and it has caused to persons in the vicinity or other excessive interference with a reasonable person's quiet enjoyment of their property. The determination must be by credible evidence and testimony, and the select board only need to determine that the allegations are more likely than not true. So would this board believe that the credible evidence, quantitative and qualitative, that this dog is a nuisance? It is my impression that this, based on the facts presented, that this dog is a nuisance. And I would refer to Steve Darcy for his comments.
Yes, I think in this case, the dog would qualify as a nuisance.
So we have to start there. Eric?
I'm going off the recommendation from the ACO Ellis that she would consider it as a nuisance dog. The thing is that I did bring up dangerous dog because of the way that's written, and the fact that the matter is that what's going on with the dog is could be a threat to itself between running the traffic and everything else like that. But that would probably be a little extreme, but I would go with the nuisance dog.
Okay. So then moving forward, we have options. We have options that number one would be no violation, and that is if the board finds that there was no violation, then the complaint is dismissed. The other option is there is a violation, and if the violation is agreed, then the Board of Selectmen finds a violation, then the following options are available. We may order that the owner or keeper of the dog take remedial action to ameliorate the cause of the nuisance behavior, ask the ACO for recommendations, and common options for leash law nuisance, and those are listed here. The dog may be, that the dog be confined to the premises of the keeper of the dog, provided, however, that confined shall mean securely confined indoors, okay? And that the dog be on the leash at all times when off premises. Okay, so then the next option is common options for excessive barkers. Order the owner to purchase and maintain appropriate anti-barking collar. When order socialization and other measures. And then finally, in all cases, order the ACO to follow up and even schedule a review hearing at which additional remedies may be ordered. So, let's start there. So do you believe that there is a violation and that we would like this complaint to be dismissed?
I think the violation is legitimate and that we shouldn't just dismiss it out of hand.
I concur with Mr. Darcy on that
Okay,
one.
and I concur as well. So then we are at the point, there is a violation.
So you want to make a vote as to whether the dog is a nuisance dog, then you can discuss whatever remedy.
Okay. So I'd like to make make a motion that we have found as a board that the dog identified here is a nuisance dog. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote that the dog is considered a nuisance.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we have determined that the dog is in violation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
And the dog's in violation.
So now our remedies can be A through E, as identified in your binder. I will tell you, I am pleased to hear that the gentleman and owner and family has worked to get some of the problems solved. However, coming through a screen door is unfortunate. So I'd like the ACO's recommendations identified, and we will go over that. Also, I would like, so that's letter B. So may order that the owner or keeper of the dog take remedial action to ameliorate the cause of the nuisance behavior. So he identified an electric fence. I'm not convinced that that's a solution for this dog. And I will keep going. Common options for leash law nuisance: the dog be confined to the premises of the keeper of the dog, provided however the confined shall mean securely confined indoors. I would agree to that as a condition, and I would suggest that the dog be on a leash at all times when off premises. So, you want to take that where I stand on A, B, and C, and then we'll go into D and E. Okay, Steve?
Yes. So, we asked the ACO for recommendations earlier. One of them was having the dog on a runner when the dog's outside. So I would definitely support just a runner when the dog is outside. They've got the fenced-in yard, but unfortunately the dog digs under it. So I think just, having the dog on a runner would be a nice double fail-safe. And, if it doesn't work, we can always come back and revisit it. So if that's what I would support. And then obviously making sure the dog is secure inside as well, so it doesn't run through the screen door again.
Okay. Eric?
I don't believe Mr. Darcy's runner thought is not a bad idea, but the problem is it's a big dog. It's a question of how it's constructed and
I have like a
secured.
metal chain.
What's that?
A metal chain.
This
That I
hearing
use.
is
Oh, yeah, it's
clo-
actually
this
closed,
hearing
yeah,
is
sorry.
closed, yep.
So I have a concern in regards to the runner. I'm all for. It's just a question of how both ends are connected to, and then
Yeah.
the line itself. And then being secure inside the house is a good one, but as the owner said that they leave the doors open, dog finds its way out and all that. I mean, the whole thing is that it'll be secure inside until someone pops the door open or the dog pushes it open itself. So, I mean, how do we remediate that issue from inside the house? But the thing is, my opinion is, I think he needs to give up the dog. And hopefully the new owner will allow him to visit and everything else like that. That's my look at it, because it's clearly apparent over time that they can't control a dog. And it gets out. It's a burden on his father and sister. It's driving the neighbors crazy in regards to it. One is the dog's running around, and the other is they have concerns for the dog's health and well-being, not getting mowed down by a car or truck or whatever like that. And then, the other factor is that, who's to say one of those school buses going up Regis Road, all of a sudden a dog darts out in front of it, has to veer off in a reaction and cause an issue that way. So my look at it is I think he needs to work with the ACO, finding a new home for it. I think that's the best scenario, in my opinion, in regards to for the dog, for Sean and his family as well, and as well as the neighbors. I mean, hopefully, maybe one of the neighbors is watching this saying, you know something, I can hold the dog and let Sean come over and take it when it needs to and all that. If not, maybe somebody in town will do it. I know there's many dog lovers in here that would step up to the plate, I'm sure. But that's my thought on it.
Okay. This is the first time this dog has been in front of this board, is that correct? I believe it is, right?
Say that again?
It's the first time this dog has been in front of this board.
Yes, that's correct, yep.
So, I don't want to make a condition that this that this dog owner relinquishes his dog. I would prefer to ask the ACO and to follow up with this dog, to use a runner. And I'm sure there are runners that are capable of holding a dog of this size. I don't have that information here in front of me today. I'd like to see that the dog be confined to the premises and securely confined indoors and leashed at all times. So that's where I stand on this. And if the dog has another event, I want that dog back in front of this board and the fines taken care of. That's how I feel. Would you like to follow up?
Yes, and just with respect to kind of the tethering of the dog outside, I don't have the exact language, but there's a condition that it can't be a short chain. Right? It has to be a true legitimate runner. So, yeah, as long as the ACO signs off on it as appropriate and proper runner, then I would be comfortable with it.
Okay. All right, so also we had the excessive barking scenario, and it was, the facts weren't presented clearly. However, it was determined that there is another dog on the premises that is causing the barking. And I'm not exactly sure that that is the scenario that we need to deal with today as well. So that's where I stand on what the violation and how I would proceed. Okay? So, we have other options if the situation does not resolve, which is criminal action, et cetera. But I don't believe that we will be going down that road. So, Attorney Galvin?
Yes.
Is there anything that I have missed or this board has
I
missed?
think you've discussed your options, and I think if you have a consensus amongst your board, then you ought to take a vote on what remedial actions to request, and then establish a review by the ACO.
Okay. So I would take a motion, we took a motion that there was a violation, and then I'll take a motion that on the individual line items that we discussed. Is that correct?
Well, I
How
don't
do we
think the
condition
excessive
it?
barking thing applies, so I think you just have to focus on what remedial actions do you want the dog owner to take to attempt to resolve this issue.
Okay, so I'll just simplify that then. So what I would like to suggest to the board today is the remedial action would be for the ACO to follow up that there is a runner that is appropriate for this dog and its size, and that the dog stay securely confined indoors, and I understand that that is a difficult thing to police, and that the dog is on a leash at all times when off premises. And is there anything I missed? I think that's it. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion on those recommendations. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
I don't disagree with the recommendations. I just think something needs to be done with the dog in the long term, and I will say aye to this, but
Okay.
with reservation.
Unanimous vote to approve ACO follow-up, runner secured to the building, leash when not, and inside control.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope I don't see you again.
Me too. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you. All right. All right. Do we have Deputy Corbo here? Deputy Chief? Good evening. So welcome. Tonight, the Select Board is interviewing the two deputy fire chiefs. And will select one of you to lead the Marshfield Fire Department as its acting fire chief, effective June 1st, 2024. The acting fire chief, Bill Hawking, will be stepping down from the role as the acting chief on June 1st, 2024. I believe you're aware of that. On behalf of the Select Board, I would like to say thank you for the great service and the great service of Acting Fire Chief Hawking that he has provided to our fire department during his dedicated service to the department, ending as the fire chief and most recently as the acting fire chief. So tonight, and I'm sorry this has taken so long, sometimes these things happen, and you're in a suit and a tie. So I appreciate all that you do. So you'll have an opportunity to tell us about why you are the best choice in a few minutes, 1 to 3 minutes, which seems ridiculous at this time of night, and then you'll be questioned by the Select Board. So I'd also like to ask you, as you are going forward, what professional development courses that you have added to your resume over the last few years. And at the conclusion, the board will discuss and vote to appoint the acting chief. Okay?
Came down to Marshfield when I was 8 years old. I've been in Marshfield.
Could you speak up or move, actually, if you could move that to you, it will be great. Thank you.
Chair, could I make a request?
Just a second. Again, before you continue, name, address for the record.
Thomas Corbo, 815 Ocean Street. I'm the Deputy Chief of Marshfield Fire Department. When I was 8,
IT, can you work on his microphone?
that's
Test.
better?
Thank you. Better.
Okay. I came down to Marshfield from the city when I was 8 years old, back in 1972. Gives you an idea of how old I am. And I have since been a resident of the town of Marshfield. I had my own construction business for a long period of time. I got on the Marshfield Fire Department in '94. Was promoted to lieutenant in 2006 and then to captain in 2010. I did act as the acting chief in October 2020, about 6 months after I was promoted to deputy. When I got promoted to deputy in 2020, I was very inexperienced on not the operational side, but on the side of the building that does all the administrating. And it was very difficult to come over at that time and jump into that position. I since have been deputy for 4 years now, and through my time as acting chief, I've learned a tremendous amount. And over the last 4 years, I've learned basically a lot about the budget, about how things are run, and how things that I wish I did differently at the time, I learned from that. And I think I'd be the best choice because the department has gone through a tough period of time over the last 3 or 4 months. And there's a lot of healing that has to go on, and I feel like I'm the best guy to do that at this time. I think that's all I have to say about why I think I would be the best chief.
Okay.
All right.
So are you okay with that presentation?
Yeah, I guess I am. I know I feel in my heart that I'm the best man because I can move this department forward. All right, I know, like I said before, there's been a lot of difficulty in the last few months. And I feel like that I have been kind of the key to keeping everything at bay in the last few months. And I know I love this job. And I love the guys that work on this job. And I know that the union people, there was a lot of issues with the union as far as a perception. But the union is very much part of what we do on the fire department. Everybody on the fire department is a union member besides the chief. And it's important to have dialogue with the union and keep them involved in the decisions that go on in the fire department. But the union also understands that as a chief, there's decisions that have to be made that the chief has the final say in that.
So, I just have a few questions for
Sure.
you, okay? So you explained your years of service, you explained the 2020 months that you were working with the department. Can you explain to me a little bit about your greatest contribution that you feel that you have made in all of that time? I'm not talking about the last 3 months, because you have a long, decorated history with the department,
I do.
which we commend you on.
Yep.
But I want you to try to signify what is the greatest contribution.
I think my greatest contribution is basically communication, and the people outside of the department I've had a lot of interactions with. I think I'm well respected within the community. I do all the inspections in town, so I get to know the people the residents of the town, as well as the people who work in real estate. I know it sounds kind of corny, but I think everybody respects me for what I do, even though I don't always allow them to do what they want me to do. They respect my decisions outside of the community. The ability to work with people on a regular basis is probably one of my biggest strengths. I have compassion for people. I know I kind of have a good sense of where people are coming from, and I think that's really important in this job. I respect the hierarchy of the town, Mr. Maresco, all the way down to the select board. It might be the other way around, I'm not sure, but I think it's important to keep everybody in the loop as far as where the town's going and where I think the town is going. Now, that being said, I'm 60 years old, so if my period on this job, my goal on this job would be to keep everybody working together, which means the firefighters, the union, and the town, do a lot of healing, and at the same time, when my time is done, as whether it be acting chief or chief, is to pass it on to the next excellent candidate that's coming up behind me. And that's where I want the department to go. And the department is doing a lot right now. And I think what's been lost, and I know you're talking about the last few years, but what's kind of been lost is the excellent work that the fire department does on a daily basis. I mean, it's a unique job that's unique to every other job really in the world. And firefighters have a bond with other firefighters that is really unbreakable. And I think we got to get back to going to the work and really loving the job that we all do. We all love the job. So going back and having it the way it used to be and the way it should be. And I know the way it's going to be.
Okay. So you mentioned a little bit about, in your previous role back in 2020, that you've made some changes, and so I did ask you in the beginning about professional development. You commented on the administrative. You know how important I find the budget to be.
Right.
Can you share with this board and the public what you have done to improve upon that in the last few years?
It's basically
Getting that knowledge.
getting extremely familiar with the budget right now. I've been going over the net budget a lot. I know the budget inside and out, and I know that our budget at the Marshfield Fire Department is unique in a lot of ways. Not so much, other departments in town have pretty much the same type of budget we have, but we have things that other people in the town don't have. And as an example, the overtime budget, all right? Our budget's basically broken down into the administrative side, or the personnel side, and then the expense side, all right? But then there's subcategories to the budget after that. There's about 12 on each, the expense side and the personnel side. And the overtime is always basically going to run out fairly quickly, and I'm going to explain that if I could. We have something that's called off in lieu, where
I couldn't hear you.
it's called off in lieu, where if somebody takes an overtime shift, they can take the time off instead of taking the cash. So they can get an extra day off. If they work 12 hours, if they work a 4-hour shift on overtime, they get 6 hours off. I think the police do it a different way. They call it comp time or something different. But we also have holiday pay, where because there's always somebody working on holidays, we actually get paid 12 hours to work a holiday. We also offer people that instead of taking that holiday pay, to take off in lieu. So what happens to the budget is the holiday pay fund, with all these little sub-funds, subcategories have funding to it. So the holiday fund will have excess money in it because people don't take that cash. But as a result of that, they have more time off. And so they use the time off, and it kind of runs down the overtime budget. But as an example of what's going on right now, the overtime budget right now is in deficit of about $128,000. I'm sorry, it's like $147,000. There's a surplus in the holiday fund of about the same amount of money. And we only have, I believe, Mike, you may correct me, 2.5 pay periods left in the fiscal year. So it's going to be real close to a balanced budget. And with the other categories, because we're going to be fiscally responsible, there's some more money left in that should offset the budget. I don't suspect, and I know we're not going to be asking the town for any more money going forward for this fiscal year. So I spend a lot of time learning the budget. I've been self-taught my whole life. Construction-wise, I pretty much hit the ground running in construction. I have my own business for 20, 30 years. I haven't taken any classes, if that's what you're asking me, as far as running the budget, but it's something I've been working on pretty vigorously in the last couple of years.
All right,
So,
thank you.
yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yep.
And I know it's been a tough road for you and for your team.
Yep.
So the fact that you're sitting here today, looking for this, I appreciate that. And sitting in front of us is something I'd like to see you here more often. So, anything you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you. Deputy Corbo, what professional development opportunities have you pursued over the last 2 to 3 years?
I think I just explained. I really haven't, to be quite honest with you, and the reason for that is it's kind of been a whirlwind. Obviously, becoming the deputy chief, within 6 months becoming the acting chief. I was the acting chief for 6 months. and then going, getting a new chief and working with him. It's really, my time has been dedicated to the fire department in the last few years.
Understood.
So
Sure. And you mentioned earlier that the chief is the only person who's not a member of the union. How would you plan to lead the union?
how would I plan to lead the union is basically, the biggest thing in my book is communication. There absolutely has to be communication in the union. We have 47 members, 49 members in the union, out of a department of 50. So there has to be some communications with the union. And I accept their feedback. I know there's gonna be times where they don't agree with me and I don't agree with them, but we will get through it. And they have to understand that the chief is the one who makes the decision in the end. And there's processes they could go through if they disagree with me, or the chief, I should say, at the time. But communication is everything.
Excellent. And you touched on this a little bit, but let's say there's a decision you have to make that's a necessary decision, but it's not popular with the union. You touched on it a little bit. How would you go about that? What would be your game plan?
Again, discussing it, telling them why I feel like this is the best decision. The one thing I learned when I went from the other side of the building over to the deputy side at the time is how different the thinking is. And I have to explain to them why this is the best thing for the department. And they might push back at me on it, but if I feel it's the best thing for the department, I'm going to move forward with it. And that's the way it's going to have to be.
All right, let's say you're the chief and the taxpayer takes a tour of the fire department facilities. What would you like the taxpayer to see?
I basically want to see them talk to the guys, and they're excellent at giving tours. We do it all the time with the fire trucks and so forth. And they're very knowledgeable people. And so they could answer any question you want to talk to them about firefighting, about the medical. They go into the ambulance and see how that works. We do that all the time. We preach that all the time. And it's always been successful. They always go away feeling good about the fire department. And we are getting new bathrooms installed, so I'd like to show them off once they get finished.
Totally. Let's say in a hypothetical scenario, there's a major storm in town. It's all hands on deck with the police department and the DPW, and the fire department has 2 extra workers on staff above normal, and they get called for assistance, and nobody goes out. You check the call logs, between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m., there were no calls. How would you handle such a situation?
It's extremely important that we work well with the police department. We always have. We've always gotten along. We've had outings with the police department. We have to work together as a unit. We both do the same thing. We're public safety. So yes, we have to work together as a unit. But I am going to push back just a little bit. We didn't hire 2 extra people. We hired people because that storm was a bad storm. We had extremely busy day that day. I know the chief and myself were out doing calls. So we hired based on the fact that whenever there's a windstorm or a storm to that capacity, our biggest threat is fire. There's fire and carbon monoxide. So we anticipate what we need for that night. And I know I'd be an idiot if I didn't know what you were talking about, but in that particular case, I think we could have went out and achieved the same protection for the town in taking care of that business as well.
Thank you.
I had a couple questions, but I felt like, so if you're done, I'd just like to finish up on my questions and then go to Eric, if that's okay. So I just wanted to before before we go any further, so can you share with the board your vision for the Marshfield Fire Department over the next 12 months, 2 years or 3 years?
Sure. My immediate vision right now is getting back to what we do best, which is being a fire department and working with the people in the town of Marshfield. This is something I'm passionate about in the sense that I think our department is one of the best around. We have one of the bigger departments because we have one of the biggest towns. We have the most runs of any town around us, and I think we do the best job. So the fire department excellence is always, it has to be there. And that's what I'm going to thrive for, is always keep that excellence going. The way we do that is we train hard and hire hard and let these guys be the best that they can be. Now, the goals for the department, we're getting new ambulances in within the next week or two. It's been a real challenge to get these ambulances. It takes years to get them. We're waiting over 3 years for them. And we created a program within the last couple of years. It's a mechanics program that they literally saved us when this situation came with the ambulance. They're doing an excellent job maintaining the ambulances that really, they were breaking down in regularity prior to this program. And it's, I want to keep that going because these guys that are doing this job, they are very proud of what they do. They know they drive these trucks and they don't want to see them break down. So I'd love to keep that program going. And there's other programs. I mean, I know the community EMS has been a huge boost for the town. I want to see that program continue because it's the way we've been taking care of the elderly population in town and the appreciation that we get from the elderly population in this town has been awesome. And the guys love to do it. So I think in our operating budget, I think we can try to get this thing still working and moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Finally, where do you see yourself in 3 years? I know we're getting old, Tom.
No, I know. In 3 years, I would.
I shouldn't say we, I should say I am.
Well, you too. In 3 years, I see myself getting ready to hand the keys, for lack of a better term, over to the next guy. And I want to make sure that next guy is going to be the best guy. And I shouldn't even say a guy or woman, but I think in this particular case, it's probably a guy. And that's where I expect me to be in 3 years. It doesn't have to be 3 years, but
It's just a
just
standard question.
looking at,
for most
yeah.
applicants.
I mean, it's always a tough decision to retire, especially when you do a job that you love. But I think I'm going to know when it's time to move on. I'm going to hope that I know when it's time to move on. And so that's.
Okay, thank you.
Very well.
I appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Eric?
Thank you, Deputy Corbo, for being here. I want to apologize, because I think you're at an unfair advantage. I believe Deputy DeSalva should have stepped out of the room while these questions were being presented. Kind of has an advantage over you now in regards to what's being asked. That's why I was trying to get the attention of the chairperson to address. A lot's going on in that department. And as you know, I'm new and pretty much campaigned on one part of it in regards to Chief Simpson, in regards to what happened to him. And still want to get to the bottom of it, in my opinion. And so I'm hard pressed to which way I'm going to go in regards to this vote. I don't think I know what as your be acting chief, I don't know when the end date is going to be and all that. My other concern is, I asked your employment file, or both gentlemen employed in the town administrator says, the selectmen can't even access that, so I don't even know if what you have in there for accolades, or, I guess you could look at it as negative write-ups, which I find ridiculous because I have to, or not have to, but they want me to appoint one of you to a higher position, not knowing anything in your background, which I find ridiculous. You know, if something goes wrong, who's that going to shine back on, right? You said, you were talking about the budget. How is the budget this year?
The budget's gonna be okay. We're not gonna, it's, like I said, we're not gonna be asking for the town for any money at the end of the fiscal year come July. We're not gonna be asking any money to get through to the end of the fiscal year.
So no extra monies is what you're asking?
No extra money, of course, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, 'cause you're making,
In fact, I project right now that we're gonna be giving some money back to the town.
what is that again?
We're gonna be giving, I'm sorry, we're gonna be giving some money
Yeah,
back.
actually pull that closer to you if
Sure,
you can.
yep, I'm sorry. So I project that we're gonna be giving some monies back to the town at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, so you guys are doing a good job managing the budget as well as, the rank and file is working with you to
Right.
keep the budget under control and not let it get out of hand in regards to overtime and all those on matters. I'm glad to hear that. How long, I think, was there a mandatory retirement age, 65?
It's 65. I'm 60 right now.
Is
I
60?
can, there's there's a formula they use in the retirement board. That I will be hitting that when I'm in actually 2 years from now. But like I say, I don't know what I'm going to be doing in 2 years as far as retirement. If I can serve at a different capacity, I think I'd like to stay a little longer. Because I think there's a lot of work to be done.
As someone that's within the walls of the firehouse, and not everybody knows what happened with Chief Simpson, and it's one thing, and I don't know, I like to find out more myself, but and hopefully in the future we'll have that public hearing at some point, but what, are you comfortable stepping up without having anything in regards to happen to you as chief, and then all of a sudden you're out of a job possibly?
You know, there's always, when you give up union protection,
Yes.
there's always a risk to it, Eric, and that's a risk I'm willing to take. I think I could do this job very well. I think I could do it in the eyes of both the board and Mr. Marusco. I could do it well, where I wouldn't have to worry about that, I would hope. And I think I would be accepted from the other members of the department as somebody who can be a strong leader. And I think I know, nothing against Acting Chief Hawken at the time, but I think we need strong leadership as far as permanent leadership. And Acting Chief Hawken did an excellent job when he was there. He did an excellent job as a chief when he was there. But I think it's something that has to be somewhat permanent that we have to move towards so we can just move on. Chief Simpson isn't coming back. We know that. So we have to kind of move forward. And that's what I want to bring us forward.
Sounds like a well-rehearsed line to me.
It really is. I just made it up.
Did you have a strong leadership before Chief Simpson,
I got it.
acting Hawking?
I did. I've known Billy Hawken since high school. I played football.
No, I was saying, did you have strong leadership before Hawking?
We're getting into some personal stuff. To truth, no, I didn't.
All right.
Yeah. Can you, I want to make sure I'm hearing what
Go
you're
ahead, ask
asking.
away.
Prior to Chief Hawking, not acting Chief Hawking.
Prior to, did you have strong leadership as a fire chief prior to Chief Hawking?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? Or you do believe?
Wait, hey, acting Chief Hawking?
So let's put it this way. Let's ask this question. Was Chief Simpson a strong fire chief?
All right, you're asking about Jeff. Yes, I had an excellent relationship with Jeff Simpson
Okay.
as a fire chief.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I thought you were talking prior to Billy Hawking being.
No, well, no, right now in the position.
Yeah, he's the acting chief. That's
So
why
you
yeah.
felt that Chief Simpson was a strong fire chief?
He was I thought he was, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't have anything else right now. Thank you.
Okay, so this, I'd like to just end with, thank you for being here. And Eric alluded to some questions regarding age and things like that. And that should not be part of any dealings with whether or not we move forward with anybody. It's age discrimination, so I'd like to be clear on that.
I don't think I brought up anything on age.
We talked about his retirement and his, yeah, so. But I appreciate you being here, and you're welcome to sit and see how your partner here responds as well. So if you'd like to do that.
I want to thank everybody for their time.
I appreciate it. Okay. So welcome. Deputy LaSalva. As I read ahead to Deputy Chief Corbo, tonight the Select Board is interviewing both yourself and Deputy Corbo as its acting fire chief effective June 1st, 2024. Acting Fire Chief Hawking will be stepping down from the role as the acting chief on June 1st, 2024. On behalf of the Select Board, I would like to say thank you for your great service at the acting, and we can acknowledge that acting Fire Chief Hawking has provided our fire department during his dedicated service department, ending as the fire chief and most recently as the acting fire chief. So you'll have an opportunity to tell us about why you are the best choice. And I mentioned it was 1 to 3 minutes, but obviously, we are alluding to a longer schedule this evening. And then the questions by the Select Board members, and they should be identical to the questions that were preceded you. What have you done for professional development courses over the last few years is something that I'm interested in. And then, with that being said, the microphone is yours.
Oh, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Michael Salva. I live at 23 Christopher Way in Harwich, Massachusetts. I was born and raised here in Marshfield, 958 Forest Street, where my mother and her husband still reside, in the house I grew up in. I'm a 1991 graduate of Marshall High School. Go Rams. I'm married 19 years this November to my wife Shelley, and we have 2 daughters, Lauren 14 and Caroline 10. And I've been on the department here in Marshall for 24 years. I was hired in October 2nd of 2000. It's been 24 great years, and Marshall Fire means the world to me. It's all I've known for the last 24 years. Done some good things. Had to do some bad things that comes with the territory. I'm a 1995 graduate of Curry College, where I earned a bachelor's degree in communications. I'm a veteran of the United States Coast Guard Reserve. So I'm proud of the life lessons I learned there are the most valuable I ever learned. I carry those with me through today. And that's pretty much it for my bio. Pretty simple.
Okay.
So
Thank you. So can you tell us a little bit about what your greatest contribution to the Marshfield Fire Department is to date?
Sure. Well, if I can go back, I just want to go through a little bit of my progression through the department.
Absolutely.
So I was, like I said, I was hired October 2nd of 2000
Yep.
as a firefighter paramedic. I was promoted to lieutenant in May of 2009. I served as a lieutenant, company officer, that whole time on Engine 2 up in Marshfield Hills, till April of 2015, when I was then promoted to captain, shift commander, from 2015 to 2020. When September 2020, I was promoted to deputy. And so thank you for your question. I guess if I had to point to any one thing as my greatest contribution, I'll point to the vaccine clinic that we ran in 2021, where we vaccinated between February and July upwards of 60,000 people. And I was involved in that as running basically the day-to-day operation. I was involved in some of the planning and the logistics, which was a great learning experience. And like I said, it was a resounding success. So I'm very proud of that. And I also think that I bring to the department like a very strong command presence. And that's just a fancy way of saying that people know you're in charge and you know what you're doing. So I think that's something that I bring to the department.
Okay. What do you consider to be your vision for the Marshfield Fire Department over the next 12 months, 2 years, or 3 years, and 3 years?
I would say my vision for the first year would probably be to get everybody back on the same page, establish clear lines of communication internally and externally. We work with every department here in town, and it's very important that we have good working relationships. So that would be a priority. And then to do that probably through policies and procedures, start to review some policies and procedures, maybe add some, remove some. So that would be the first, say, 12 months, year. And the second year, I guess I would say where I would want things to go is in regards to maybe technology, upgrading some technological issues. I like to see inspection and permitting process go paperless. Right now, we do everything handwritten, basically. So that would be one thing. And I guess I'd also like to see most of the departments start taking advantage of educational opportunities. I think that that gives everybody a buy-in, and advances everybody, and it benefits the whole department. And then in the third year, I would just like to see that foundation be built on in many different avenues, and just evolve from there.
Okay. I asked about budget. Can you share your impression of the budget?
My impression of the budget is pretty limited. I've never really shown how the budget works or how the intricacies of it. I could figure it out. And from my limited knowledge on it, I know that you need to keep a sharp eye on overtime. And basically, that's a little bit of a disadvantage for me right now, is the budget, but I think that I could easily learn that over time.
Okay. Where do you see yourself 3 years from now?
3 years from now, I'd like to be at the helm, basically like Tom said, maybe starting to think about grooming somebody else for the job, over time. One of the things I'd like to do in that time is I'd like to attend the Executive Fire Officer course at the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland, which is a really involved course. We just have one of our people graduating from it this weekend, and it's quite an accomplishment. So that's one thing I'd like to focus on.
Can you just share, where you just mentioned that, what that would mean to you?
Just personal accomplishment. Like I said, it's a big undertaking, and just to give me it'll give me a great deal of confidence to just take on that challenge and conquer it.
Thank you. Your turn.
Yep. Deputy LaSalva, what professional development opportunities have you pursued over the last 2 to 3 years?
Over the last 2 to 3 years, well, I graduated from the Chief Fire Officer program through the Massachusetts Fire Academy, which is in conjunction with the Edward J. Collins School of Business through UMass Boston, or Public Safety Administration rather. So that was a big accomplishment. That was pretty involved. It's an accredited course. You get college credit for it. So that was one of my goals when I became deputy, was to accomplish that, and I did. And then I got my Fire Prevention Officer Level 1 accreditation, which I'm currently enrolled on the waiting list for the Fire Prevention Officer Level 2, which is through the Department of Fire Services Mass Fire Academy. And I always check what's called through the Department of Fire Services, the Learning Management System, which offers all kinds of courses in different disciplines. Some of them I have to do because I'm accredited for the Level 1, the Fire Prevention Officer Level 1. So you have to do so many accreditation hours in a certain period. So I try and keep up with that, and I read a lot, I guess, trade journals, things of that nature. And yeah, those are a few. I did a train the trainer class for active shooter threats, which is, as everybody knows, unfortunately, is on the forefront of what we do. And, so that was something else that I did over the past 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Let's say that you're the chief and you're facing, budgetary challenges, and you were approached by people who have been there before and they've done it before, whether it be a former chief or a budget expert for the police department. Would you listen to and take their advice, or would you turn them away?
I'll take any advice I can get, any help I can get. Again, that goes back to building strong relationships and bonds with good working relationships with other departments. Anybody that had anything to say, if it didn't seem like it was something that was kosher, I would probably say thank you for the advice, but yeah, it's going to be, there's no way around it. It's going to be a learning process. So, yes, I would.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, the chief is not a member of the union, but how would you plan to lead the union?
Just like the rest of the department. The union is, they do good things, and they'll be at odds. I'm not going to pretend that won't be the case. Just like Tom, I've been here a while. I know most of these 24 years I've been here, which is, we can be at odds, but we still know each other at the end of the day. And like Tom said, clear lines of communication is key. And that would be what I would focus on. Some people may never want to see eye to eye, but I accept that. And I just move forward as best I can, make the best decisions on the town's behalf and on the department's behalf.
All right, let's say the taxpayer takes a tour of the fire department buildings. What would you want them to see if you were the chief?
It's funny you ask. We had 40 kindergartners in there the other day from the South River School, and it's always great when kids come in. Their parents were there too with their teachers, and it was the second year they've been in there. A lot of the staff helped out, and that's what I want them to see, that we love what we do. That you remember when you were a little kid and you saw fire trucks, you saw the fire station. Park City, you got and everybody, the men and the women, they were just larger than life. And I wouldn't want people that come in to feel welcome. It may be the only time they ever interact with us. So, and I'd like them to see that the trucks are clean.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be pretty much what I would hang my hat on, is having them see that we're a good group of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And then last question is a hypothetical one. Let's say there's a major storm in town. It's all hands on deck. Police department's out, DPW's out. You got 2 extra staff to help deal with the storm, and there's a call that goes in for assistance, and nobody goes out. You check the call logs the next day. There were no calls between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. How would you handle that situation?
Well, I would first check with whoever was in charge of the shift commander, and I'd want to find out why didn't you go? If you had to help, that's the great thing about our the way we work is the shift commanders have a lot of autonomy to do what they think is right. We don't micromanage. If there was a real problem, I would want to know immediately and get to the bottom of it. And if there was something that was egregious or done, not out of the best interests, then that would be a problem. But like I said, we try and give the people that do the job the autonomy or the ability to make the right decisions, and that builds their leadership skills and their character. So I guess that's the best way I can answer that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good? Okay, all right.
Thank you. It's one thing I apologize that I missed to ask Deputy Corbo on it, but I've been hearing a lot about the storm and how bodies were dispatched or not dispatched and all that. It would seem to be a source of contention. I think it was last December or whatever it was that this happened. Can you fill us in more on that whole situation?
On the exact.
Yeah,
it was a storm, like Deputy Corbo said. I was off that day, so I didn't come in.
Okay.
But I knew they were busy because I was following the messaging system that we have that they kept putting out for coverage and things of that nature. And later that night, there was the EOC director made a request to have someone go out and some of our personnel go out and block a road. And the decision was made. I had no input into it.
Well, you weren't there, right?
Right, I wasn't there. What I actually thought about doing was just getting in the car and coming up and doing it myself because it sounded like it needed to be done. But I didn't. And that's basically how that went down. And then.
So you don't know the circumstances involved in the whole situation, I take it then, right? Because you weren't there?
I wasn't at the station, no.
Right.
And, I mean, I guess I couldn't,
I guess-
I couldn't really speak to it.
Yeah, right, I was gonna say, keep it to what you know, I guess.
Exactly. I know that that night, no one got hurt.
Right.
And, there were no other issues outside of that, from what I was told and, you know, to talk to,
What you were informed of.
right. You know, when I went in the next day, there was a lot of, well, that was a tough night.
So what, in regards to storm, what was the issue in regards to like, what was going on? Do you know what the issues were in regards to this whole
I
storm
know
that
it was,
involved the fire department?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what this whole issue was in regards to the storm that involved the fire department? That there was some, I guess you could say.
From what I gather, it was that we had extra people on.
Okay.
There was a request to go block a road, and we didn't send any of our people to go do it. Why that is, I couldn't tell you because I wasn't there.
Right.
And like I said, we give the captains, who are the shift commanders, the ability to make decisions on the fly. So it could have been that they were busy, it could have been that they didn't want to go out there in those conditions because it was still windy and a tree limb or something of that nature could have come down on the truck. I've had that happen to me in storms.
So the captain
was there for
the
it.
captain at the time have to make the best decision in regards to.
That's how we operate. That's how we operate.
So do you think
you make the best decision
so
that you can?
without you being there, but without you being there, but as you got insight into it, do you think the captain at that time made the best decision?
I didn't talk to him about it.
You didn't?
I didn't ask him anything about it. But knowing who the captain was, he's a very competent captain. So I wouldn't take away from him and his ability to make decisions. At the moment, it was his decision. I don't know who else he contacted about it. It wasn't me. Because I would have just said, if someone did call me, which they can, I would have said, just send someone out. Why, right now, if you got somebody free and clear, send them out to do it until you can either,
All right, so when you say send them out to do what?
to block the road.
All right, what would you use to do that?
What would I use?
Yeah, what would you suggest they use to block the road?
Well, I think usually in those situations, in storms of that nature, we put up 2 people in the forest fire trucks. Because they're somewhat protected. They have like, metal caging around them.
Yep.
To be out in the woods and things like that, so, but like I said, no one called me, and I had no input into it.
Okay. No, I was just wondering,
Yeah.
like I said, I made I accidentally overlooked it in regards to Deputy Colombo being up there, and it was something, and as my counterpart here brought it up again, I was like, it was something I wanted to touch on, but I get it. So, it seems like you kind of, you've got yourself educated in regards to while you were in the fire department. But I be understanding that correct? In regards to taking courses and all that?
Yeah, I try and keep up, and do as much as I can to stay up to date on certain things. A lot of this job now, what both Tom and I do involves like code and permitting, things of that nature. So you have to constantly be keeping up with the codes change, things of that nature. But yeah, I always like to stay educated.
It's not a bad thing. All right, so we got the storms, buildings, management staff. Oh, the budget. You said you're limited on the knowledge on the budget.
I am.
Any reason why?
I just really never was, there wasn't anybody to show me. Like, Tom said, when he came in, he kind of had to learn it on his own when he was the interim chief. And I was still over at the clinic, so I didn't really get a grasp on that. You know, I have been showing some limited things, but it's not really the main focus in my purview for the duties that I carry out. That's not to say I couldn't learn it. I realize how important that aspect is to this job. It's basically you're taking care of the finances, the personnel, and the PR. Three of the major heavy hitters for being a chief.
So let me ask you this much, like, as people like to say, going forward, since you haven't had the opportunity, do you blame anybody for not the opportunity? I mean, do you blame yourself for not doing it? Do you blame anybody in particular for not learning it, or is it just something that?
No, not
All right.
in particular, no.
So if you have the opportunity, whether you were in the position to, or if somebody was in the position to, but to make a suggestion in regards to your situation as not being able to learn the budget, what would you suggest to me, like, to get somebody that up to speed, like that is looking for maybe the promotion of fire chief, to know the budget and learn the process of it before, so they can advance on?
See, well, I just want to understand your question. So, like, what would I do personally, or what should be in place to
I guess,
show someone how to do that?
yeah, so you're suggesting to somebody that may be higher up than you, as well as what you would like to see as, I guess, a policy or procedure in regards to getting to learn the budget.
Sure. I think the budget's like a fluid thing, and there's 3 of us in the administrative offices, along with an administrative assistant. I mean, she doesn't need to know the budget as much as we all do. It really would come down to just watching and learning, and then being given that task. We all should know it, so that if someone's not there, like payroll, if the admin assistant's out, someone else has to step in and know how to do the payroll, because you don't want people not getting paid.
Right. This seems like a pretty important aspect to have learned, especially one, like you said, if people are out, something happens, looking for a promotion, and all that. So maybe that's something to consider procedural-wise and getting people up to speed on
Absolutely.
learning that, because the
Absolutely.
budget is
I think
a massive
okay, yeah.
aspect to it,
Yeah, absolutely. I think like a collaborative, way of doing it would be ideal.
Sure.
And it's not, it wasn't anything, if you, like, to get to the point, it wasn't anything malicious that no one showed me.
I get
It was just that, we have a lot of work to do over there. Between Tom and I, there's a lot that needs to get done. And we just get consumed with that sometimes, and we don't have, like Tom said, these new ambulances are coming. That's my purview. I had a lot of work to do to get them in service and get them ready. On top of the day-to-day things that happen, people come to us with problems and issues, and we want to focus on those first and foremost. Like, if there's something we can take care of right there, we'll do it. And then sometimes you just don't have time to do that stuff.
No, I understand. All of us go through it every day,
Right.
because we're all trying to keep our head above water and
Yep.
learn things and all that and everything. Totally understand.
Yep.
You heard me. I'm not going to rehash it too much, but you heard me ask about Chief Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think he was a strong fire chief?
I think he did his job to the best of his ability.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
I'm good.
Thank you. So this evening, we have an important job to do. You both have put your lives at risk for the fire department and your team, and that holds weight beyond anything I can ever fathom. It's a big role, and this is a very, very important position to become acting fire chief. I'm speaking to both of you. So I'm just going to ask town council for a little perspective. It is 10:15 at night, or probably after that at this point, 10:21. And we've been at this for quite some time. Not this particular case, but this board has. So, town council, can you explain to this board how this process, your impression of this process, and whether or not we accurately did our job in asking both of these applicants their history, their qualifications, their commitment, and how we can do our job in moving forward in this particular choice that we have to make.
So I think you took your two senior fire officers, the two deputies, and you've interviewed them. If you have any additional questions you want to ask them, that's fine. You've been told that the acting chief now is going to be finishing his tenure, and if you're satisfied that you have all your questions answered, you have to make a decision, based on your evaluation of these two fine gentlemen, and ask one of them to step up and lead the department until you decide what you're going to do on a permanent basis. I think it's really up to you. If you're satisfied you have enough information to proceed, you can go forward tonight, make a decision. If you don't want to make a decision, you want some more time to think about it, I think that's within the scope of your authority. But I think it's important to have someone leading the department. So I would recommend that you make that decision as soon as you can.
Okay. Michael, do you have anything you would like to add?
No, I think you covered it. I think that the board asked really good questions. I think it was important to get a perspective of the candidates themselves, how they would proceed. It's an important department, and I think the board and myself as the administrator want to make sure that we have a strong candidate there.
I agree. It's my impression that I would like to table this to another day. But I am up for a discussion because I am really leaning towards one individual this evening. And I am okay to make that decision, but I'd like to hear how you feel about that and how Eric feels about that, because it is late. I don't want to push us into a discussion and when we've received so much information.
I'm okay with making a decision tonight.
Okay.
The question, I guess, before I answer that is, how long is interim? What do we have established for that?
How long is interim?
Yeah.
Interim is until you decide whether you want to, how you want to replace and hire a new permanent chief.
All right, so interim could mean forever then, right?
It could be an indefinite period of time. Yes, I agree with that.
All right. We need a time. The only way I will go with picking one of these two gentlemen is if we have a timeline in regards to when the interim part ends.
Okay, well, if we're in deliberate, I don't know that we can have an end game to a timeline, because we just don't know where we may choose within, or we may go in another direction, so.
Right, so that's why I'm feeling it's important that we have
So I don't want to
timeline.
put a actual conditional date on an interim chief being here for only a period of time. Would you like to weigh in?
Yes, so maybe perhaps we could deliberate and discuss who we would prefer to be the interim chief, and then based on how that shakes out, deliberate on whether we want to put a specific timeline on it.
Okay. All right. Would that work for you?
Seems fair. Go with it. I do say yay or nay on it, so.
Okay, all right. Well, I will start. So, based on my impression of the responses from both Deputy Corbo and Deputy Chief Corbo and Deputy Chief LaSalva, my impression is that neither one of them offer a great deal of experience and expertise in the budgeting of the department. So for that, I have some reservations about, and I would like to work for the department to improve that, and the recommendations that Deputy Chief LaSalva made were strong recommendations. That's the one thing. Budget. I feel both of you have the strength of communication. Both of you have totally different styles from what I've come to know about both of you. And the communication is a guiding force in getting everybody out the door, protecting our community, and coming home safe, right? So those two criteria, I think you're pretty evenly matched on. Length of service, you both have had a length of service that is commendable, and the town appreciates what you've done and how you've stood tall in the adversity that we've seen in the last few months. And you should be commended on your appreciation of the process. I asked some specific questions about the actual timeline of what your expectations are and where you're headed. And my personal impression was that Deputy Chief LaSalva excelled in that particular response. I thought he also excelled in the educational component of what we consider to be part of self-motivated educational improvement. I don't actually understand all of what you said and all the criteria that you and your teams go through, and I'm sure it's an extensive discussion at a later date so that I could be filled in on it. I apologize, this is late night. Deputy Chief talked about, LaSalva talked about the public safety course, prior prevention, level 1, then level 2, he's enrolled, the learning and management courses, the active shooting threats, and acknowledged the learning process as being something that needs to be worked on, and he would be willing to actually reach out for help and find solutions to that, and also find solutions to his team to become part of that process as well. I also took some notes on both of my board members here, and it is important to be clear with your communication, and some people will never see eye to eye. It doesn't matter if you don't see eye to eye. You need to have one united, excellent, and I'm going to get emotional, excellent fire department. You can't let all of this other noise interfere with your job. And that's part of why I am in this role, because I think that that's critically important in how we do our job here, you do your job there, police does their job there, administrators do their job. We all have to be on the same page, and we all have to be committed and care for what we do, because that's the most important thing, the town of Marshfield. So, and I do agree, we have a good group of people, and our talent pool is excellent, and I want it to continue to be excellent. So in light of what I've just said, I would be leaning towards Deputy Chief LaSalva. And the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We're very lucky to have two good candidates and, more importantly, two good people. So it definitely is an important decision to make and a tough decision. But I think given the continuing professional development that Deputy LaSalva has pursued and We did have a trial run with Deputy Corporal before as the interim chief, so I'd like to give Deputy LaSalva an opportunity this time. And for that reason, I would vote in support of Deputy LaSalva to be the interim chief.
Okay, thank you. Eric?
I think they both seem to be good guys and love their job. I think Deputy Corbo has a better understanding of the budget from what I heard from him. And I think that's a very important part of the job, as well as everything else that it ties in with it, between making decisions and everything else that surrounds the fire department or any major department. And and I'm not gonna say Deputy LaSalva is not qualified either, but especially in his educational background. But you also live, is it in Harwich?
Yeah.
You live a long ways away. So I mean, if there was an emergency you need to get, how far is that from Marshfield?
Well, I understand that concern, and I'm actually glad you brought it up, because it's something that should be addressed. And it's never been a problem for me. I've lived there for 10 years, almost 4 years I've been the deputy. I've always been here when I'm obligated or when I'm called. That brush fire we had a couple weeks ago, from door to door, I made it here in 45 minutes. And I will be honest with you, it's something, if someone on shift calls me, because Tom and I both switch off on call, I'll do what I can to resolve it over the phone. But if they say that they want me here, I'm here. And I'm not going back until
No, I get that. I
whatever's
understand
done is done. But I understand your concern on that. And that's just, to speak to that, that's just where my wife and I decided we wanted to raise our family. And she's from there. So I lost that battle a little bit.
We've all been through that, so we know.
But I understand your concern, and I'm fully able to address that, and that's really all I can say on that.
All right. I mean, I'm glad that I brought it up and all that. You said it took you 45 minutes. That was a pretty expansive fire. 45
expensive too.
Yeah, and 45 minutes is quite a while to get from here up, especially in that situation. If anything was worse than that, so.
Absolutely, but if I could give you a little perspective on that. So when I'm here for my obligated hours, I could be at a class 45 minutes away during the day. If I lived in town or I lived in a surrounding town, I could be at the doctor, and I'm 45 minutes away. But again, I'm not trying to detract from that optic of.
But you don't live at the doctor's office.
No, I understand. I understand that,
but
but to that point as well, I still have a lot of family and friends here, and a place to stay here is not a problem. In fact, I do it maybe 2, sometimes 3 times a week. If I see there's going to be weather or there's something going on, like for Levitate this year, 3rd and 4th, I'll move up here, and this is where I'll be, because I know that there's a high likelihood that I'm going to be needed. Again, that's the best way I can address that.
I get that. I like both of them, but like you said, you got to pick one, and I'm going to go with Deputy Corbo on that.
Okay. Well, I think we will make a motion. But before I do so, there are several members of the fire department, correct me if I'm wrong, that aren't residents of Marshfield. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are members that are not, yep.
Okay, thank you.
There's no requirement that they live in Marshfield.
Right, okay, thank you.
I think there is a requirement that they live in certain mileage radius, right?
I don't believe so, but I'll defer to town council.
No. No? All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, the time has come, and I will move The board moves to appoint Deputy Chief LaSalva as acting fire chief effective January 1st, 2024. Do I have a
June
second?
1st. June
June 1st, I'm sorry. And it is 10:36 at night. June 1st, 2024. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly second. A roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Nay.
2-0 vote to appoint Deputy Chief LaSalva as the acting.
2 to
chief.
1.
2 to 1.
Yep, thank you. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna set up a timeline.
I mean, at this stage.
Not at this stage.
So,
Okay.
Probably put that on your agenda.
Yeah, I will.
You know, for establishing what you're gonna do
Yeah.
to make a permanent appointment.
Yeah.
Just, Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may, just so I could answer for Mr. Kelly, I didn't want to get involved, but when Deputy Fire Chief Hawking was promoted to acting fire chief, he actually served 9 months as the acting fire chief, till the board decided what the
No,
process was going to be to fill
I
that.
understand that. The whole thing is that interim and acting
Motion for a short recess.
could take a long time, so instead of having interim or acting forever, let's figure out someone to put the title of fire chief on that.
I'd like to make a motion for a 3-minute recess, or 5-minute recess.
I think that's a great call.
Second?
second.
Motion been made and duly second. A roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
3-minute break.
Let's bring this meeting back to order. Do I have a second? It is 10:42.
Second.
Motion been made and duly second. A roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
We're back from recess.
Thank you. Let's see if we can get this moving here. All right. We're into action items.
We got a minute left at 7:05 for Jack McDonald.
He has requested a postponement,
Okay, sorry.
and we made that motion,
Yep.
right?
Yes, we did.
Sorry.
Okay.
Been long.
Yep. Yep. So I'm just going to recap action items we did were 6, 8, and 9, correct?
I got one.
And 1.
And 1. Yeah, we just did
Yep.
that one.
And
Okay.
16's been rescheduled. Yep.
And 16's been rescheduled.
Has been or will be?
Has
I mentioned that in the beginning. I mentioned it in the beginning, but I can repeat that again. Which was posted, just a second. We had an amended agenda. So there was an amended agenda to change action item number 4 from, was it 5 to 7? Was that correct?
No.
6 to 7.
6 to 7. And that was a Scribner, correct, Michael?
Yes.
Okay, and then we also had an amended agenda, item number 16, which was a discussion and vote to approve Massachusetts State Lottery Commission one-day bingo license, the Friends of the Marshfield Dog Park, and we are overing, did I say that right?
Yes, but we'll need to have a special meeting for
Yeah.
that because they'll need to get their application in.
Yeah.
The event is June 28th? June 28th.
Okay. So then, we have a few here to go, so let's get going. All right, let's start with a discussion and vote on the adoption of the outside dining policy. Okay. So that is number 2, for those of you following the bouncing ball. Michael, would you explain to the
Sure.
board what this new law is and how it affects Marshfield?
So this really came out of COVID, so if people remember during COVID, there was the big push to sit outside, and the legislature relaxed a number of rules about being able to sit outside to bypass getting site plan approval. If there was an outside parking lot or something, if you didn't own the building, you were required to get permission from the property owner. And if you were able to do that, then the select board could simply allow you to have your restaurant outside. A number of our Marshfield restaurants, I know the Marsh, the Jetty, those are ones quickly that come to mind. The rest had outside areas that were already permitted. The Bridgeway was another one that had outside seating.
Is it Famous Pizza allowed to outside the door?
Famous, yeah, they used to sit outside. I noticed they don't have the outside anymore. They did for years. And I noticed that the other day. Then the legislature heard a lot from folks, and they made some permanent changes. They kept extending it. They finally made a permanent change to allow the city and town licensing board to make that decision. They created Section 3B under 40A, and that would require some guidelines to be drafted by the individual cities and towns. And it's a process that those restaurants that want to have continue outside dining, it's the process that they would go through. And town council actually put the process that's in the book together for the town. And when this happened, I do those WATD things, and Duxbury actually heard us, and they called and asked if they could use Bob's plan that he put together because they thought it was pretty good. So we sent it over to them. But there's a form that they have to fill out. They fill out the form. They have to advertise and notice the abutters. The select board then puts it on, it will be an agenda item. They vote, such and such business wants to be outside. The applicant must be available at the select board meeting to answer questions and allow public comment. So that would be a public hearing, so residents could come and ask questions. Written approval for food services. They would still have to have, safe food handling, stuff like that. Part of the requirement is if they're having outside, that the thing about outside is that they have to designate the particular area. They have to have it fairly secured so people can't be passing drinks over to people. You're supposed to really be able to get to the outside area through the inside of the restaurant, so they have to provide a very detailed plan, and where the alcohol will be served, where the food will be served, the seating, how they're checking it, all of the stuff, all of the applicable ABC rules and safe serve all apply for that outside area. It's outside premise got to be detailed. It has to be maximum occupancy for that area. So the building department would need to get involved and issue a certificate for that outside area. They have to have a fence rope, and a barrier to keep people from walking in and out, and vehicles, because if they're using parking lots, they're going to have some type of, for lack of a better word, I'll say like a Jersey barrier.
They get those barricade.
Yeah, those plastic ones they fill with water or something, because God forbid someone's backing out of a space, and you don't want them running down people. So that's in the requirement
All
here.
the more important to have detailed plans showing.
Correct. Outdoor area premise must be contiguous to the licensed premise. Applicant must have a lease or documents for the right to occupy the proposed area, and the select board would consider the type of neighborhood and the potential for noise in the environment, and preferred outdoor areas where alcohol is served to patrons who are seated at tables. Food needs to be available. And, the tough thing is all of our local establishments, restaurant, we don't really have a bar per se. I think we have one in town. All the other places, the food is greater than 50%. But, the board's always traditionally asked any of the businesses to really try to work with the neighbors, minimize the noise outside in late hours, minimize the lighting so that it's not shining into people's houses and stuff like that or affecting their way of life, control the type of music, all of those things would be allowed. The board can set all those parameters. So, we'll tell you, once the law was signed by the governor, the board could no longer issue like a special permit until they approved this. The Vaughns had reached out because there was an event in Brant Rock Beach or something, or there was some kind of thing, and they wanted to do the outside seating again in their parking lot, and they weren't able to do it because Bob said that provision had expired once this new legislation was signed. So if the board approves this tonight, I'm sure that we'll be seeing a number of our local businesses getting applications in and start to follow this process.
Yeah.
So there's at least 2 businesses I know that would be interested in doing that,
Yeah.
so.
So this came up like 2 days, the law passed 2 days before our previous
Correct,
meeting.
yeah.
So we got right to it.
That's right.
And I appreciate.
Thanks to
Bob.
town council, he
Yeah,
really,
we really, so we need to, dot our i's, cross our t's on this and get this moving.
Is there a, do we have a timeline? April to September? I mean,
Well, once you initiate,
yeah,
Once
it's
you
it's
initiate
really,
your-
yeah, I mean, I don't see people sitting out in the winter, although a lot of restaurants now have, there's no limitation, so it's up to whatever the board wants to set up, and it's, when people are gonna sit outside when it's 30 degrees or 20 degrees. So, most outside seating in the past, really started to trail off by October.
We
Very
can-
few people, unless it was something big going on, Christmas related or something, and they would have outside.
all right, so we don't have a
There's no set
a
parameter.
timeline. All right, that's fine.
I would think perhaps the establishments would suggest a timeline for what they're looking for
The
within
board could
their
ask as part
application.
of the application process.
Yeah.
We can
Absolutely.
work with that, okay. So I am in favor of this draft as it's a draft currently, and it probably will be a bit of a working document as we move forward, wouldn't you think? And I'd like to move forward on this, okay? Anything else? All right,
Moving along.
let's do it. If I can find my paperwork now. Glasses are on my head. Just a second. There's a lot of paper here. Yeah, motions, please. Gracias. Okay. The board moves to approve the guidelines as prepared by town council for the extension of premises to patio and outdoor areas. A new law signed by Governor Healy, a new section of the law 3B to Chapter 40A, which allows the select board to grant permission to allow outdoor table service, including the sale of alcoholic beverages outdoors in a streamlined process without regard to zoning pending sign-offs from the Marshfield Police Department and the Marshfield Fire Department. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
A unanimous vote to approve the adoption of the outside dining policy.
Okay.
Did you ask the gentleman to?
Sure, I
He's a
saw him.
reporter.
I believe he was
Oh,
questioning.
That explains why he's still
Yes,
here.
yes, okay.
It's waiting for you, Steve.
Yeah, it's waiting for you, all right. Okay, so moving on to action item number 3.
Do you want me to jump right in, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, I apologize, my allergies killing me. The opiate fund. So as folks know, Town of Marshfield got involved in the national suit on opiates, and we've started to get proceeds back in. Town meeting approved, they go into a special reserve fund, they get drawn down into the general fund, and then they'll be able to be spent. In order for them to be spent, we have to comply with the law. On December 4, 2023, Governor Healy signed Chapter 77 of the Acts of 2023, Section 9, which provides in part a rule about where the money goes. It's Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53, non-reoccurring unanticipated sums received by municipalities, town districts from a general special law may, upon the approval of the Director of Accounts, be expended. That's sort of the background of how you. The purpose of the committee is to do just that, to be able to spend the money. We're getting requests. There are various groups. So the purpose of the committee, of the Opioid Fund Committee, is to review the funds received and create a policy for the organizations to apply for the funds for those groups that meet the guidelines established by the Attorney General's office. The committee will make recommendations to the Select Board. The Select Board takes the final vote to authorize the disbursement of the funds. The committee shall consist of 7 members, select board chair, town administrator, treasurer collector, police chief, superintendent of schools, board of health director or assistant director, and a person from the Marshfield Facts, either the president or the director. There's also reporting requirements and designations. Public information contact would be the town administrator. Expenditure reporting would be the treasurer collector. And program contact would be police chief. Guidelines for expenditures for municipal opiate settlement recovery is in the state subsidy agreement. There's a PDF, but I pulled out the important parts. Plan municipalities developed to expend municipal abatement funds should incorporate community input from those directly affected by opiate epidemic. That's why we have the committee and they do the outreach for folks to come in. Municipalities are encouraged to innovate and collaborate in developing opiate abatement fund strategies. So under the State Attorney General's guidelines, municipality use of abatement funds can be used for opiate use disorder treatment, support people in treatment and recovery, connection to care, harm reduction, address the need of the criminal justice involved persons, support pregnant or parenting women and their families, including babies with neonatal abstinence syndrome, and prevent misuse of opiates and implement prevention education. So those are what's required by the Attorney General on how the opiate funds can be spent.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments?
I do.
Okay. So I'd like to move forward,
I have a
and then, okay.
How much money is in this account for the town?
Right now, I think there's slightly over $200,000.
200,000? What was the settlement for?
It comes through us.
Well, it's
I'm not saying, what was the reason, what was the total? Do you know what the total the state got?
I don't know how much the state got, because we're still getting it. It will continue to come in over the next couple of years.
200,000 or more than 200,000?
The 200,000 is what we've received to date so far,
We
just
can look
slightly
into
over
this, right?
200,000. Offhand, I forget how much the national settlement was and then what the state settlement
All right,
was.
what I was just saying is,
Because then
we
it
have
comes to the state and it trickles down into individual cities and towns that participated in the suit.
so we have 200,000 now, but you're saying over time we can get more?
We could get more, yes.
All right, I gotcha.
And this came from the settlement with like CVS, Walmart, a number of other places that dispense opiate drugs.
Okay. We can get the details on that through Michael if you'd like. Or the treasurer.
I'm good.
Okay, all right. So I'd like to move forward with a motion. The board moves to create an opiate fund committee with 7 members that will be charged with the responsibility to make recommendations to the select board for distribution of the opiate funds received to the appropriate groups and projects. The purpose of the opiate fund committee is to review the funds received and create a policy for organizations to apply for the funds for those groups that meet the guidelines established by the Attorney General's office. The committee will make recommendations to the select board. The select board will take a final vote to authorize the disbursements of funds. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
I do have a question I overlooked.
Yes.
On the page. On the amended, it was 6 originally and then 7.
Who was the 7th? We added the superintendent. Was
All right,
accidentally left
so
off the list.
What are we on an open meeting law violation on that?
That you're allowed to update the agenda because the main item never changed. It was
Just a simple-
considered like a Scribner's error, correct?
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Aye.
Good question. Yep, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're 3-0. Okay, the board moves to appoint the following 7 members to the opioid committee, the select board chair, town administrator, treasurer collector, police chief, superintendent of schools, board of health director or assistant director, and the Marshfield Facts president/director. Purpose of the opioid fund committee is to review the funds received and create a policy for organizations to apply for the funds for those groups that meet the guidelines established by the Attorney General's office. The committee will make recommendations to the select board. The select board will take a final vote to authorize the disbursement of the funds. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made, duly second, roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
I have a question on this before I take
Yes.
a vote. Mike, you're going to be on this committee. Are you going to be a voting member?
Yes.
So I think if I'm correct in the town charter, you're supposed to be an ex officio between all committees and all that, but a non-voting member on that. Would I be correct?
I'm on other committees that I vote on.
According to the charter, I marked it out here, outlined the town administrator, and I believe it was saying that you would be involved in all committees and all that, but
What page, Eric?
I'm trying to, oh, here we go, I think it's number 4. Shall be ex officio non-voting member of all elected and appointed boards and commissions and committees. Page 11, number 4. Of letter G.
11, number 4. But not limited, but not be limited to. The verbiage, but not be limited to. Is that correct, Michael?
I'm looking for where it is, page 11.
But not be limited to. So that means those are
Oh, yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
I think you would require council's opinion on that, to be honest with you. It's another area of,
Yep. I read it differently, but
No,
I
that's the
need
whole thing,
clarification,
yeah.
yeah. Do you see it, Michael?
No, let me see. Because my page 11, maybe my page 11
right
is
here.
different.
But not be limited to
But not be limited, yeah,
is the verbiage.
yeah,
It's
You're
kind of like,
not limited to doing this.
right.
Is how.
Because I do, because the board appoints me. I serve on other, as a voting
oh, I know,
member
it
of the
says that
Revolutionary War
you'll be
Committee.
ex officio on all committees and boards, but the whole thing is that you will be a non.
Oh, but I am a voter. The board voted me 2 years ago. I'm on the Revolutionary War Committee
No,
as a real voting member.
I-
We can ask town council. I'm not gonna, whatever the
no,
board wants to do.
I understand that, it's just, it's what I saw,
Yeah.
I'm reviewing the charter, that's what the charter says.
Yes.
And so I'd suggest we text Bob
Yeah.
Or do you want to just take this up
Or just-
afterwards?
Just
Take
take,
a
he'll
future
take a
date.
quick call and give him the,
Yeah.
explain the situation. And then it might be quickly resolved. So
Sometimes it's not gonna be.
sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. It's 11 o'clock.
Hey, Bob, we're at the meeting, and Eric raised a question
Not
about
limited to.
the town administrator serving as an appointed member. And it says in the charter, it says the town administrator's duties shall include but not limited to. And it's, it's, so I guess the question is, can I be, correct. But right. Yep. Right, correct. And then I was appointed by the board, I serve on the Revolutionary War Committee. Oh, he says the charter says it doesn't. That's why we're deferring to you. Well, that's what he's
We
saying,
can,
yeah.
we can table this.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting.
We can just table it and have you
He's
take a
not-
look
if he
at it,
doesn't have a
'cause it's
quick
late at
answer.
night. Yeah. Right, but as a voting member. You're right, yeah.
This-
Well, yeah, well, we'll just table it and have you take a look at it. Okay, thanks. Yeah, he's not aware that you couldn't, but I told him we'll just table it and then he'll take a
Okay.
look at it.
All right, so then,
Number 4 is tabled. Oh, how are we gonna vote on that?
just a second here, let me get my. So we did the other one, fine, but, yes, so I'm going to table action item number 4. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion been made and duly seconded. A roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to table.
Okay. Number 5 is discussion and vote to the signed facilities manager's contract. And that is Michael, do you want to clarify what
Sure.
we're
So
dealing
this
with
is
here?
this is a new 3-year contract. So the facility manager works for the town, but reports to the town administrator and reports to the superintendent of schools. This is the new contract that's been negotiated on both sides, and it's now here to the board to approve, and then it goes to the school committee to approve. And this is a new 3-year contract.
Okay, this agreement is made and entered the 6th day of February. So will that be changed?
Nope, so we'll go, it's effective on that date.
It's effective on that
Yep,
day,
I
okay.
believe the motion says that.
Okay.
February 6, 2024.
So the authority for working through this contract lies with the town administrator, correct, Michael?
And the superintendent of schools,
And the
yep. And
superin-
Bob's reviewed it and prepared it.
Okay. Eric? All right, Steve, you're all set?
Yeah, I'm all set, yep.
Go ahead, Eric.
Mike?
Yes, sir.
Let us see
Let us see.
of the second page. Employee agrees to remain an exclusive employee of the employer during the term of this agreement and neither to accept other employment nor become employed by any other employer during said term. Is that a usual
Yes.
language?
That's in all of our standard contracts. Town administrator, treasurer collector, town accountant, facilities. Yeah, everyone's contract, yeah. Can't have two full-time jobs.
All right, I could see that.
Yep.
But what about if they picked up a part-time job? I mean, even though this says that they can't.
You really can't.
Okay, so,
This is it. This is you live and breathe the jobs for those particular contract positions.
no, I get that.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna say he had a pay increase, right?
Yes.
What was the pay increase? I guess you do it by percentage, so what was his?
He took on some new duties too, so Fred's responsible for any time the complaints come in about the school facilities and stuff. Fred takes those. Anytime complaints come in on our website, there's that little box that you can press. So he takes care of those, and he was, he's paid 75 on the school side, $100 and 75 on the town side, and then his contract got the normal, like 2 or 3% increase per year.
Okay, thank you. Okay. The board moves to approve and sign the facilities director's contract effective February 6th, 2024. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous vote.
We're on to number 7, which is a peddler's license application. Any questions or comments?
Nope.
I'm good.
Okay. The board moves to approve peddler's license for Elizabeth Wilson of Whitman, Mass. For Homestead Harvest, a farm stand grocery store that will operate Monday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 2 p.m. The applicant is subject to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts motor vehicle laws and the Town of Marshfield zoning bylaws, pending sign-off from the MPD, MFD, and property taxes being paid. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
I missed one thing on this. It doesn't state where this is going to take place. Am I correct?
It's on your, it's on number 7.
I'm looking at what we've given.
So it's a farm, it's a farm stand, so it's a peddler's license.
So they
So peddler's license, you're allowed to operate. You have to be on the main thoroughfares.
All right, so you can travel around town.
Correct, that's
You're not-
right.
you're not- Okay, all right,
Yep,
that's good.
it's not like a brick and mortar location.
Aye,
Okay? So you just said aye?
aye. Yep, I
Okay.
did.
Okay.
All right. All right, moving to number 10, which is a discussion and vote on request for permission to accept donation for the Agricultural Commission. My cough is coming back. The board, do you have any questions or comments?
No.
Okay, the board moves to approve the donation to the Agricultural Commission and the Marshfield Agricultural and Horticultural Society for 2 picnic tables for Mountseas Meadow and Coast Guard Hill Community Garden. Each table is valued at $260 for a total donation value of $520. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve.
Okay, moving on to number 11, which is discussion and vote on adoption of 2024 National Safe Boating Week, May 18th to May 24th, and this is a terrific opportunity for everybody to bring themselves up to par and not be on the water and have everything they need to have. Any questions or comments?
No.
Nothing I can see.
Okay. The board moves at the request of the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary to proclaim the week of May 18th to the 24th, 2024, National Safe Boating Week in the town of Marshfield, and will issue a proclamation stating the same. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
Number 12, discussion vote on request for permission to accept. You might have to take over.
Okay.
To request for permission to accept 4 donations to the Veteran Services. Any questions or comments?
None.
No.
Okay. I'll make a motion, and Steve, will you please make the motion in for me? Number 12.
Absolutely. So I'll make a motion at the request of the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary to proclaim the week of May 18th to May 24th, 2024, National Safe Boating Week in the town of Marshfield, and will issue a proclamation stating the same. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Of course.
Okay, number 12. I'm going to let you continue.
13.
Sure. So we have 4 donations on behalf of the Veteran Services
Oh, I'm sorry.
Departments. Yep. Any questions or comments?
No, sir.
Nope.
Cool. All right, I'll make a motion to accept on behalf of the Veteran Services Department the following 4 donations. $1,200 from the Marshfield Elks Lodge number 2494, $100 from Joseph and Carol Hanlon, $300 from Stephen and Mary Hawkshean, and $500 from the Marshfield DAVA Chapter 35 for a total of $2,100. The donations will be used to provide assistance for health and welfare, morale, and/or the financial need of our veterans and their dependents. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to accept those donations on behalf of the Veterans Service Bureau.
Keep going, Steve.
Okay.
If you have any cough drops, if anybody else needs one, I have them.
Number 13 is just waiving some fees for a project that the town is doing, so we don't charge ourselves fees, and it's for the extension at the end of Winslow Avenue. Any questions or comments?
Good.
Nope.
Okay. All right, I will make a motion to approve the request of the Conservation Commission to waive the $150 fee for the RDA for the Marshfield DPW for the Winslow Road Extension project for the expansion of the existing beach access path, map K11, block 29. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to waive the fees.
You're on a roll, Steve.
Okay. Number 14, it's going to be a two-part motion, but this is an application that we see every single year from the North River Arts Society, and it's just for a temporary liquor license and a temporary entertainment license. Any questions or comments?
None.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve a temporary outdoors wine and malt beverages license for Maureen Smith, Executive Director of the North River Arts Society for Friday, May 24th, 2024, from 7 p.m. till 10 p.m., Saturday, May 25th, 2024, from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m., and Sunday, May 26th, 2024, from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m. for the 47th Annual Festival of the Arts, pending sign-off from the Marshfield Police Department, and a copy of the Certificate of Liability Insurance naming the town of Marshfield. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve the temporary outdoor wine and malt beverage for the North River Arts Society Festival.
All right, great. The second motion is to approve a temporary entertainment license for Maureen Smith, Executive Director of the North River Arts Society for Friday, May 24th, 2024, from 7 p.m. till 10 p.m., Saturday, May 25th, 2024, from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m., and Sunday, May 26th, 2024, from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m., to allow live music, dancing, theatrical exhibition, and amplification system for the 47th Annual Festival of the Arts, pending sign-off from the Marshfield Police Department and the Marshfield Fire Department. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve the temporary entertainment license for the North River Art Festival.
All right, number 15 is another annual request that we see, and it's basically allowing folks to use the Avon Street parking lot for the Molly Fitzgerald Memorial Fund. Is there any questions or comments?
None.
I just want to disclose that I am a member, just for the record, that I am a member of the Board of Directors of the Molly Fitzgerald Memorial Fund.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the request of the Molly Fitzgerald Memorial Fund to use the Avon Street parking lot on Friday, June 14th, 2024, from 6 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. for their annual appreciation dinner hosted at Tim Tedeschi's house, number 7 Bay Avenue, for parking for their sponsors and volunteers, pending sign-off from the Marshfield Police Department and Beaches. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve the parking for the Molly Fitzgerald Memorial Fund.
Great, and then as Madam Chair stated, we're going to pass over number 16, which leaves our final item, number 17. It's to accept the meeting minutes put together for our May 6, 2024 meeting. Are there any questions or comments?
The only comment is it was outstanding minutes.
Very good, perfect.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
put that on the record. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the May 6, 2024 meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
And just before we recess, adjourn, Bob got back and Bob said that not to appoint me to that committee.
Okay.
And so what I would recommend to the board is that we just change it to 6 members and striking the town administrator so we can take care of that business now,
Sure.
so we can get the committee up and running.
Oh, so you gotta open that back up and then redo
Yep,
it?
that's correct, yep.
Okay.
So we need to just make,
Yeah, you can go. My
You're on a
cough has
roll.
subsided. Your
Cool. Okay.
voice is younger than mine.
back number 4.
Perfect. All right, I will make a motion to bring back action item number 4. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous, bring back for further deliberation and vote, action item 4.
Great, and I will make a motion to appoint the following 6 members to the opioid committee: the select board chair, the treasurer collector, the police chief, the superintendent of schools, the board of health director or assistant director, and the Marshfield Facts president/director. The purpose of the opioid fund committee is to review the funds received and create a policy for organizations to apply for the funds for those groups that meet the guidelines established by the Attorney General's office. The committee will make recommendations to the select board. The select board will take a final vote to authorize the disbursement of the funds. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
All right,
Unanimous vote to approve.
All right, seeing the agenda, I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
all right.
Unanimous vote to adjourn our meeting for May 20, 2024.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. Thank you, Steve, for
course.
filling in.
Nice job, Steve.
Thanks.
I have had